Well, good morning, everybody. Back again. Good to see everybody post-election. I just want to check, senators, representatives, is everyone here from that you guys are expecting? Hey, Mike. It's Representative Weiler, were we expecting anybody else from the House? Okay, or Senator Gray, I don't think anyone else from the Senate was coming. Okay, just wanted to double check and be respectful, make sure everyone was here. Well, it is great to see everybody here, and obviously a big welcome to Governor-elect Ayotte. Very excited in terms of working with her and her transition as everything moves forward. One thing I will say just about the transition process, I know we're here to talk about the budget, is we're very lucky in New Hampshire in that every transition always goes very smoothly. I think this one will go exceptionally smoothly, but the fact that this Governor-elect Ayotte doesn't, and as did I, didn't have to come in and rehire a whole bunch of new agency heads and restart the whole process. It really is an amazing advantage to keep the operations of the state moving smoothly, to having opportunities like this, where our current agency heads are coming in and talking about a budget process that the vast majority of which, maybe all of which, will continue on through the legislative process as well. And that continuity, I think, gives New Hampshire always an upper hand over a lot of other states, especially as it pertains to moments of transition. Our teams are the same. The folks on the ground are the same. Whether you're talking about mental health services or DCYF or whatever the needs may be, those needs are constantly being met regardless of what might be happening up here in Concord. And it really is a smooth process and well underway. I was there 8 years ago. I know the Governor-elect Ayotte is being absolutely overwhelmed, but it's great. And a big thanks to the folks over at Safety, where a lot of these issues of transition are happening. They've provided a great resource for her team. So as we all know, the state budget process, it really is the most important, you can say document, but really process that comes before the state every 2 years. And it isn't just in what is on the final piece of paper. It's the opportunity to talk about not just the individual agencies, what's happening on the ground, the public testimony, which so many folks across our state participate in, the subcommittees, the House process, the Senate process. It has its checks and balances, but that's all really driven to transparency and making sure that we talk about what's happening out there, where we can push, where we can pull, where some programs might be antiquated, and where we can always challenge ourselves and strive to do better. I was reminded this morning, we've obviously come a long way since 2016. It's 8 years ago, but it's more than that. As a lot of us call it, pre-pandemic. The whole world is very different in terms of how we operate, what the priorities are, some of the efficiencies we've found, some of the capital investments we've been able to make, not just with the federal funds coming in with ARPA, with our capital budget process. Those have been very fortuitous for the state of New Hampshire, but they all complement what we do on the operational side as well. I've always said that if we have a pro-growth, pro-business model, that drives the success in terms of the opportunities that the government will have. Government opportunity that it can create for its citizen is all driven on having a successful business, successful growth models, and we've been able to do that, especially standing out from the crowd here in the Northeast. We've been very successful. Pre-pandemic, 8 years ago, we had deficits in the Education Trust Fund. Today, we have over $200 million surplus. We had $50, $60 million, whatever it was, in the rainy day fund. Today, we have nearly $250 million sitting in the rainy day fund. Now, those aren't funds to be dipped into for general and long-term obligations. They're really there for a rainy day. There's a reason we call it a rainy day fund. And over the years, I think the legislature has been very cognizant, very responsible about that. The other piece I'll throw out there, the kind of good news piece, more on the capital and one-time spending side, is we've been, I think, very successful in drawing down our debt. I think we have about 30, Monica, and maybe at the state treasury, I'm doing these numbers off the top of my head, but we have about 30% less debt than we did just 8 years ago in terms of the overall debt load of the state. That gives us and our credit rating actually went up, of all things. We hadn't had that in over 40 years. So economically, we are seen as strong. We have a great credit rating. We can borrow at low rates if we have to. So we have this backstop in case of emergencies if we need to, or for larger capital investments as the legislature may choose coming down the road. So there's opportunity, there really is. On the operational side, that's really what these hearings are about, where we bring in all the different agency heads. We'll start with the Department of Revenue. Not quite yet, Lindsay. Good to see you. We'll bring the Department of Revenue up first to talk more on the spending side in terms of their department. Obviously, the House Ways and Means and the Senate will get involved a little more on the revenue side as well. And as we get closer to that, as the governor-elect gets closer to that February budget address, I have no doubt the agencies will be providing a lot of information on where these revenue projections are. We've been very fortunate in the past, not just the past 8 years, but specifically this past year. We had about $125 million surplus over the first year of this biennium. I think we've been about even, since then, which is great. So we're still sitting in this current budget with a very healthy surplus. But the realities of inflation, the realities of the cost of living, as much as they're hitting all of our families and businesses across the state, it hits government too. We've had to increase pay here to maintain, and rightly so, to maintain our employee base, our staffing base. So those labor costs have gone up as they've gone up everywhere else. And so obviously something to be built into the next budget process. We've always been able to cut taxes. We've always been able to have surpluses. It doesn't happen just with math on the paper. It happens really at the heart of it with good management. I think the legislature, I'll also say, we'll see where it goes this year, but I think we've established a very good lapse process here, making sure that there are lapses built into the budget, that there's a cushion in there, if you will, in that process. Looking at vacancies. How we treat vacancies in this state is a whole different ballgame now, given that we have had a very high vacancy rate in certain areas. How the budget is determined in certain agencies. Sometimes I can tell you it's a little antiquated. They're looking at census counts in certain areas or demands on an agency in certain areas that maybe were made sense pre-pandemic, but post-pandemic there's all these additional opportunities. The one-time spending that has come in from the federal government has been, again, very fortuitous for the state. It's created a lot of opportunity. I'll say I think our teams and I think Charlie deserves and his team deserve a lot of credit, and the legislature especially. I think we've done a phenomenal job spending that money very responsibly on one-time spending. That's a very important point because we have not created long-term obligations within our agencies that now have to be covered with our business taxes or our other general revenue taxes. Other states have, I think, fallen into that trap. I think we've really minimized it. As those funds have come in over the past 3-4 years, there's also been a lot of programs that have been created on a temporary basis, right? For a temporary, an infrastructure program coming in, a development program coming in with ARPA money. Sometimes we say, okay, we're going to create positions, but they're only going to be a couple of years to manage those funds, to manage those opportunities that come. And as always been anticipated, a lot of those positions will go away. That's the way it was designed. As that one-time money comes in, we're kind of heading towards the back end of that. All the ARPA dollars have now been allocated. And as we kind of come through that, we hit more of an auditing phase through those dollars, and we can reduce the number or pull some of those what are now vacancies out of the budget. So there's a lot of opportunity there to constantly manage, making sure that the dollars are going to the programs we need. Through the agency phase that started a few months ago, I went to all the different agencies and we gave them individual targets. Now they all amounted to about a 4%, if you added all the numbers up, it came out to maybe about a 4% reduction, but we tried to be very specific with the different agencies in terms of the targets that we were setting up. I'd remind folks that we've had double-digit growth and increases in our ability to increase in spending here over the last 8 years. So, asking these agencies to look at, again, those additional dollars that may have been spent as part of managing the ARPA money, as well as looking at their actual vacancies, creating those employment opportunities for those positions that have to be filled based on today's needs. And in doing that, there's no reason that we didn't think that they could reduce it by about approximately 4% if you looked at the overall numbers. The good news is they all came back with very minimal disruption, sometimes absolutely no disruption in any of the current programming across the state. So that's my long way of saying my hat's off to all the agency heads, I think, for kind of digging in, looking at their numbers, challenging themselves, again, on that management side of things. And it's, I think if there's ever a mission that we have set out here, it really is to empower our agency heads to be the best managers that they can be. And overall, I think they've done just a real phenomenal job with that. So now we'll kind of get into that actual budget process, looking at exactly what the needs are. This is really one of the initial steps of it, where we kind of hear firsthand from all the agency heads in terms of their needs, what is a necessity versus a want. That's always kind of that's where the rubber meets the road. And again, obviously the governor will present her budget in early February. The legislature will have at it. I'm sure maybe they'll just agree and just sign it next day. That would be great. No? Senator Gray's smiling. Maybe there's a possibility. Governor-elect Daya?
I did cut several $1 million out of the last budget that I got in the Senate, so.
Well, several million is manageable when you're dealing with a few billion. Okay, and again, just as a reminder, also, we're talking about general funds. We're talking about the federal dollars that come in as well, really on both sides. I mean, there's really two sides of the same ledger that really have to be accounted for here. Am I missing anything, James?
Nope, that's it.
Charlie?
No.
Okay. So with that, we'll ask Commissioner Stepp to come on up and present the agency phase of the budget and requests for the Department of Revenue Administration.
Okay. Good morning, Governor. Good morning, Governor-elect, other panel members. Nice to see you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present the fiscal year 26-27 operating budget from the Department of Revenue Administration. With me today is Assistant Commissioner Aura Lemire and Business Administrator Shelley Gerlano. The mission of the DRA is to fairly and efficiently administer the tax laws of the state of New Hampshire, collecting the proper amount of taxes due, incurring the least cost to taxpayers in a manner that merits the highest degree of public confidence in our integrity. Further, we provide prompt and constructive assistance to municipal units of government in the matters of budget, finance, and the appraisal of real estate. Together, we developed a thoughtful operating budget that will provide the resources for our team to administer the tax laws of our state for another 2 fiscal years in a manner that's consistent with this mission. As the primary revenue collection agency, we are aware of the current revenue trends and have worked hard to produce a budget that's consistent with the targets provided. In fiscal year 2024, the DRA collected $2.9 billion in state revenue with total expenses of less than $22.7 million. Some of those expenses are for activities unrelated to revenue collection, such as local assessment reviews and state aid. When those unrelated costs are accounted for, our cost for collection is just over 0.5%. The slides included with this testimony explain how we're able to build a biennial budget that continues to be an unparalleled return on state tax dollar investment. We look forward to working with the governor and the legislature as you build the next 2-year operating budget. Flipping to slide 3 of the presentation, this just provides a high-level overview of the DRA. The DRA is made up of the administration unit, which is the commissioner's office, legal and tax policy, and other back office functions. The audit division, that does exactly that. Those are our auditors. We have in-state auditors, multi-entity auditors, multi-state auditors, discovery auditors, and tobacco auditors. Next, our collection division. Those are the folks that are collecting amounts that are past due for which the appeal rights have run. Taxpayer Services Division, they do all of our document processing, they man our call center, and they perform routine taxpayer maintenance. Lastly, our Municipal and Property Division is made up of the municipal unit, which is currently busy setting your local property tax rates, our property appraisal group, utility property tax, and gravel and timber. So those are just a high-level overview of the DRA. On page 4, you'll see the FY 26-27 agency budget kind of at a very high level. So you have fiscal year 25 adjusted authorized, fiscal year 26 our efficiency request, and fiscal year 27 efficiency request. You'll see that our budget is approximately 85% general funds. From the Education Trust Fund, we pay out the low and moderate property tax relief from that fund. And the agency income is a combination of flood control payments, which we make to municipalities based on flood compacts with Connecticut and Massachusetts, and also debt service on our Revenue Information Management System, also known as RIMS. Both years are consistent with the targets that you provided, Governor. Fiscal year 26 was adjusted for rent and maintenance fund increases, and fiscal year 27 was adjusted for the same, as well as salary and benefit increases for positions that were funded in fiscal year 26. Again, this was consistent with the information provided from the Department of Administrative Services. At the bottom, you'll see our position counts for fiscal year 25, and then our efficiency requests for fiscal year 26 and 27. Providing some more detail on page 5. Our current funded position count is reduced by 18 positions in the efficiency budget. So we're reducing our full-time positions to 135 classified and unclassified, and 5 part-time positions. The positions that we are unfunding include 9 tax auditors, 5 tax examiners, 2 administrators, 1 paralegal, and 1 utility appraiser. All of the positions that we propose to unfund are currently vacant. Our general fund operating budget is 70% salaries and benefits. So we are a department of people, not programs or things. So when it comes time to make decisions, it usually comes down to positions. Our budget requests fully operationalize the department's Revenue Information Management System, known as RIMS. Capital expenses for that project will end on 12/31/25. The department received a $30,160,000 capital appropriation to modernize our system and create RIMS, and those capital funds are ending. So we have converted all of those ongoing costs now into our operating budget. The operating budget will also fund a conversion of RIMS to a cloud-based platform. So we are currently using hardware, on-premise hardware that is over at 27 Hazen, and we will be converting, or we would like to convert to a cloud-based platform going forward. The budget also includes funding for additional RIMS support, audit positions, and assistance in the Hearings Bureau we included as prioritized needs. Other reductions include out-of-state travel, training, and equipment. And the budget office, the division directors, and our other managers worked really hard to build a budget that was conservative and accurate, and we request funds for needs and not wants. We really went line by line, division by division, and made sure we were only requesting what we needed. On page 6, this is the first of the department's prioritized needs. I'll mention, though, that the DRA's efficiency budget as submitted maintains all current operations, but there are a few places where the DRA has requested additional funding in the area of prioritized needs. The first is for additional RIMS support. We would ask to restore funding for 1 full-time equivalent vendor consultant from our Fast Enterprises vendor, and 1 DRA administrator who would serve as our project manager. We currently have 6 FAST consultants, we call them FASTies, housed at DRA currently. The efficiency budget funds 4 consultants, and so this is a request for 1 more at 5. On page 7, we also have a prioritized need to restore funding for 4 positions in the audit division and funding for the associated out-of-state travel. These would be 2 in-state auditors, 1 multi-entity auditor, and 1 multi-state auditor. And then the out-of-state travel would support the travel for the multi-state audit bureau. On page 8, our last DRA-specific prioritized need is to restore funding for a paralegal in the Hearings Bureau. We recently implemented an easier way for taxpayers to appeal any tax notices that they receive. They can now do that electronically. It's much more convenient for them, but it's likely going to increase in the number of appeals that we receive. And so this position would help support the increase in appeals while still maintaining an efficient process. The last two prioritized needs, one was from the Department of Information Technology and the other was from the Department of Administrative Services. So those are numbers 5 and 6. On page 9, just some updates about what we've been doing for the past 2 years with or past year and a few months with our current operating budget. With respect to RIMS, we upgraded to the latest version, which is called Core 21, and that went live just last month in October. That was paid for by ARPA money. Those are really one-time funds. Our maintenance costs did not change. The Core 21 upgrade enhanced security through tokenization and authentication. It's a modern coding language. We're told that the new language will be have much greater appeal to those that are recently graduating from 4-year computer science programs. And it also increased the efficiency and ease of use for taxpayers, tax practitioners, and our staff as well. Also relative to RIMS, as part of the funding for the RIMS project, there was a large portion that was paid by capital, and then there's a portion that the state will pay back through additional revenue uplift. And so we track the amount of revenue uplift that RIMS has generated. So this is money that we did not receive or would not have been able to receive in our prior software, but with the upgrade, we've seen additional revenue. So revenue uplift for existing taxes attributable to the implementation of RIMS reached $14.5 million in fiscal year 24, and we are at $31.1 million of additional revenue to date since the system was fully implemented in August of 2021. So just about 3 years after implementation, we've generated $31 million. We do that in a variety of ways. In fiscal year 24, we sent out reminder to pay letters. So it's very simple. We sent out a tax notice, and in our old system, we would just hope you would pay. And if you didn't pay, then you'd be converted into a collections case. Now, 30 days after we send that first notice, the system automatically sends a reminder. That generated $5.4 million last year. Very simple, automated. Taxpayers appreciate it because everyone's busy. They lose sight of it. They get a nice reminder. The system also allows us to use federal tax information, so that's information provided to us by the IRS to make sure that state and federal filings are consistent. With the increased security of RIMS that we didn't have in our prior system, we have greater ability to use this information. That generated $7.1 million last year. And then we now have a feature through the system that allows taxpayers to sign up for automated payment plans. If your payment plan is simple and it falls within specifications that we've identified, you can go onto the portal, you can sign up for yourself with very little or no interaction from the DRA. And that generated $1.9 million. The way the statute reads, we can transfer up to $4 million per fiscal year into the RIMS debt service account. And so we obviously exceeded that amount this year, so the full $4 million was transferred into the general fund, and then we'll pay the supporting debt service. Other budget priorities for the current budget: fleet vehicles. We have upgraded our fleet vehicles. We have all-wheel drive hybrid vehicles to help ensure that our appraisers and our collectors can perform their work out on the road, and the hybrids cut down on gas and repair costs going forward. And lastly, on page 10, we made some additional technology upgrades with ARPA funds. I mentioned the enhancement of the RIMS system to Core 21. We also purchased a new high-speed scanner that allows us to process paper forms and checks. That increased throughput speed is anywhere between 10 to 66%, depending on the settings. Automatically separates documents, so that requires less upfront work of our staff, and reduced manual data entry as the camera and resolution of the system is much better, and so it's able to read the information more clearly. We also upgraded our equalization web application. This has expanded functionality to include DRA's municipal assessment review and revaluation monitoring, and also a modernized platform for our equalization ratio studies, which includes mobile ability for our folks out in the field. Lastly, I just want to take a moment to highlight the fact that customer service remains a priority of the DRA. In fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 to date, we have maintained a rating of 3 or higher on a scale of 1 to 5 from 99% of our customer satisfaction surveys, and those are surveys that callers that call into our call center receive at the end of their phone call. Also for customer service, the initial launch and subsequent upgrade of RIM's online portal, Granite Tax Connect, continues to focus on the needs of taxpayers and practitioners. To date, we have received over 48,000 external users, so that's pretty remarkable. And the Core 21 upgrade now allows for the ability to pay, review, and update your payment plans, review power of attorney information, submit an appeal or dispute request, and submit certification requests. And I wanted to take just a minute to, if I could, read some of the comments that we received from our customer service surveys. So in our call center, there's an opportunity at the end of the survey for folks to leave a voicemail and just make a comment or ask a question. So folks, some of the various comments have been, this was such a great experience. I didn't want to call a government agency, but it was as smooth as could be. I'm a small business owner in New Hampshire, and I very much appreciate how quickly I'm able to call and speak with someone. You guys are great. I work with a lot of states, and you're the easiest to contact. I'm a new resident to New Hampshire, and I'm very pleased with the service you provide. I'm a CPA located in New York. You have a very pleasant staff, and it should be recognized. This type of quick service is rare in state government. And then similar comments, there's a survey when you utilize the Granite Tax Connect portal. You can submit comments at the end. Folks have said, much better than it used to be. I'm very satisfied. This is easy to do. Rather easy for untechnologically savvy people like me. This is actually one of my favorites. The 2 returns submitted today were assisted by 2 employees who were the best state or federal department employees and the best online software I have ever encountered in my 22-year career since graduating from Northwestern in 1962 with a major in accounting and the University of Chicago in 1971 with a major in management information systems. I also passed the Illinois CPA exam in 1967. So we very much appreciate the feedback that we receive, and I think this is just a testament to how seriously we take our job and how seriously we take customer service. We'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Terrific job as usual. I guess we can see if anyone has any questions.
Yeah,
Yep.
I have a question. Commissioner, thank you. I'm going to start off with by giving you a compliment, and that is that the RIMS project is widely regarded, I believe, as one of the state's most successful IT projects over the years. And as part of that, you've had employees from Fast Enterprises embedded in your team. They are productive, but they are not cheap.
Correct.
Can you just talk a little bit about the return you get on that investment, and is there a less costly way for them to do the same input that they would provide you?
That's a great question. So one thing that Fast Enterprises does differently, I think, than some of the other software vendors is, James, as you mentioned, the staff is embedded here. They move to New Hampshire. They live here with their families. They don't fly in on a Monday morning and fly out on a Friday afternoon. They sit in the department. We treat them like our own. They come to our department-wide meetings. They are on all of my email communications, unless it's something about, submitting a time card. We treat them as if they're our own. Their cost, as you can see from the prioritized need, is roughly $450,000 a year for a full-time equivalent. However, RIMS has been very productive. It produces significant revenue uplift, and we have really tried to figure out the right balance between utilizing the FAST consultants and also utilizing our own staff. So FAST has the opportunity for you to just sign on for blanket maintenance and support, and you pay a flat fee and you get what you get. We have opted to do time and materials, so we can very much control the amount of support that we need. We can ramp it up or ramp it down within the budget so that we're getting exactly what we need, but we're also utilizing our embedded DOIT staff. In our last operating budget, we received funding for 2 additional developers so that we could make sure that we are developing RIMS alongside the consultants. So you heard me say we're currently at approximately 6 consultants. The efficiency budget funds 4. I think we can do it with 4. I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with 5, which is why we included the 1 prioritized need. But this was something, Governor, that we discussed after the last budget, which was kind of scaling back the consultants, but finding the right balance. And I think we're almost there. And I'm confident that we'll be able to do what we need to get done.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a couple of questions. One is on the uplift on revenue. You transfer 4 million a year. When does that expire? Is it 20 years?
So we will transfer $4 million a year until we hit $40 million. So if we
I'm
were
guessing that
to-
means 10 years. That was a joke.
Well, kind of. It would be 10 years. However, the first year we did not transfer the full $4 million because RIMS had only been operational for a few months. So
So the first year would have been what, fiscal 18
the
or 19?
first year was,
Sorry.
no, that's fine. The first year was fiscal 21
Oh,
because we went live
oh, yeah.
in
Okay.
8/19/21. And we will do this for a little over 7 years remaining. I had,
Okay, so these next
If-
2 budget years and then some then thereafter.
if we continue to produce $4 million a year, which we produced $14 million this year. So I have no reason to believe that the amount would fall below the $4 million a year.
And that's just a direct hit to the general fund?
Correct. We do it by tax type. So we identify the amount of revenue a revenue uplift from business taxes, from interest and dividends tax, from meals and rentals tax. Those are the 3 taxes at this point. And because we are over the $4 million, we prorate it and transfer up to 4 million based on those tax types. So to date, we have deposited 14.17 million. So we have 25.83 million to go. So $4 million a year. We will do deposits for 7 more years.
Cool. Okay. You have a very easy to understand budget. I don't want anyone to get misled about future agencies from that. But I had one question about, for the most part, your everything on your list is understandable. Your transfers to DOIT go up more than $1 million this year, but they're also $3 million more than 24. They go from 3.4 in 24 to 6.5 in 26, did something happen?
That is as we have operationalized the cost of RIMS. So the capital budget is ending and we've needed to shift the support and ongoing support and maintenance for RIMS into the operating budget. So
Oh.
that's what you're seeing there. And in this budget, fiscal years 26 and 27, we are going to move into the operating budget about $800,000 of software maintenance a year and about $750,000 of cloud maintenance as we transition to the cloud.
So and those were CapEx before?
Those were CapEx before.
Okay.
And so we essentially achieved the increased cost there by reducing our position count. That was the balance we needed to make so that we would still meet the target. And we do still meet the target.
Okay, that was it. All right, I'll shut up now.
Okay, great. Well,
Great,
thank you
thank
guys.
you.
Really appreciate it. We're going to have one more agency come up prior to taking a 5-minute break. I'll now invite the Attorney General to come up with the folks from the Department of Justice.
Well, good morning, Governor Sununu, Governor-elect Ayotte, and esteemed members of the panel. It's good to be with you this morning to present the budget for the Department of Justice for fiscal year 26-27. Joining me this morning to my right is Kathy Carr, our Director of Administration, and to Kathy's right is Tom Kempfer, our Deputy Director of Administration. We were able to lure Tom back to the office to help us primarily, at least right now, with the operations of the YDC Settlement Fund, which you'll see from our budget, not that we're talking about that today, but from our budget, the dollars flowing through that settlement fund are bigger than our budget. So we needed some additional help to manage those dollars. I always like to start off our presentation by talking a little bit about the various roles of the Attorney General. And I, of course, know the Governor-elect is very familiar with this. The Attorney General is the Chief Law Enforcement Officer, so provides supervision and leadership to law enforcement throughout the state. The Attorney General is the Chief Prosecutor. So we prosecute many cases in the office. We also supervise all criminal prosecutions around the state. The Attorney General is the Chief Legal Officer, so we defend the state when the state gets sued, and we provide legal counsel to every branch of state government. It's always interesting for people to learn that we actually are the lawyers for the judicial branch when they're sued for administrative things. So the legal role, the role of the Chief Legal Officer in the Attorney General's office is a broad one. And then the Attorney General has just broad common law powers to protect the public. And of course, the Attorney General has to serve as the head of an agency, the Department of Justice. So the Attorney General serves various roles, and the Department of Justice is the office that helps the Attorney General carry out that mission, which again is a broad one, but I think we all agree an important one. We have 195 total authorized permanent positions. So we're not asking for any additional positions in the coming budget, and we'll go through those details. The next page of the slideshow here is just an organizational chart for the office. So this gives you a picture of the operations of the office. Generally, the office is broken down into two major functions, civil and criminal. So there's the Division of Public Protection, which generally is either the criminal or the enforcement side of the office. That division contains the Criminal Justice Bureau, the Consumer Protection Bureau, and the Environmental Protection Bureau. And then we have the Division of Legal Counsel, which is, with a couple exceptions, generally the civil side of the office. So that is where we do civil litigation. That's where we do client counseling. We provide legal counsel to all of the state agencies. That division contains the Public Safety and Infrastructure Bureau, which basically just does civil litigation and client counseling for the Department of Safety and the Department of Transportation. And that division also contains the Charitable Trust Unit, the Election Law Unit, and the Civil Rights Unit. So there's a little criminal work that goes on in the Division of Legal Counsel because the Election Law Unit, of course, does do criminal work when it prosecutes voter fraud cases. The Civil Rights Unit at times might do a little bit of criminal work. But generally, the office is broken down into public protection, which is mostly criminal and enforcement, and legal counsel, which is mostly civil. The office also contains the chief medical examiner. So the chief medical examiner is part of the Department of Justice. So that is a part of the Department of Justice, which is outside of those two divisions. And then the director of administration oversees sort of the administrative parts of the office, the business office, victims compensation, IT infrastructure, and the training operations of the office. One thing that is new in the office the last few years is the Solicitor General. So the office has always done a lot of appellate work. It's had a chief of criminal appeals in the past, but in 2018, the office established the position of Solicitor General to oversee both criminal and civil appeals in the office. So this organizational chart provides just a good kind of operational overview of the office. The next slide is really just how the org chart looks in the budget system. So it's a little bit redundant, but that at least gives you a sense of how many positions exist in both the Division of Public Protection and the Division of Legal Counsel, and then how many positions exist within the Chief Medical Examiner's office and within the Division of Grants Management. So this, I like to say that this is more like how the organizational chart looks in the system. It's not really the operational organizational chart, but at least gives you a sense of where the different positions are located. We don't break positions out by every single unit and bureau because it would get a little unwieldy, but certainly if there are follow-up questions on that, we can always provide that breakdown. Moving into the department's efficiency budget request, which is on slide 6. Now, this requires a little bit of explanation because when you first look at it, it looks like our operational costs are increasing, which is not the case, but I'm going to go line by line here and explain. In general funds, this is a little confusing. It looks like our general funds are going up from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26, but we had an interesting part of our budget in 24-25, which is that for fiscal year 24, we had $4.3 million appropriated for fiscal year 24, but which did not lapse until the end of fiscal year 25. So the idea was rather than appropriate $2 million in fiscal year 24 and roughly $2 million in fiscal year 24 and roughly $2 million for fiscal year 25, it was appropriated in fiscal 24 and just didn't lapse until fiscal year 25. Because of that, there is $2 million that shows up as fiscal year 24 dollars in the system, but it really should be under fiscal year 25. And so that's why our target was, we've met our targets here, but that's why our target was about $21,631,753 because what I'm going to call our real fiscal year 25 general fund dollars were about $22.5 million. And the math there works out, if you do the math, a 4% reduction is about $900,000. So that explains why the general funds look like they do. If you go down to the next line, the federal funds, our federal funds in our budget are basically grants that we take in and then sub-grant out. So our federal funds are going up not because we're spending more federal funds on our operations, but because we anticipate getting this amount of federal grant dollars to sub-grant out. While the state may be reducing its budget, I think it is generally not a surprise that some of the increased federal spending is still rolling out in increased federal grants. And so our typical practice has been if we anticipate getting federal grants in, we budget those grants in the budget and we budget them to sub-grant out. So that is why it looks like federal funds are going up. They are, but they're not going up for operations. They're going up because we just anticipate having more grant money to grant out. Interagency funds is pretty consistent with what I think you would expect to see because of the target. And then other funds, we have an increase there, what's really driving that increase are a couple of things, mostly, I think, fees associated with the operations of the chief medical examiner, so ADMEs. Fees are not going up, but we, for instance, for cremations, for viewing the body, we charge a fee every time we do that, and we are seeing the number of views go up. And when views go up, travel costs for the ADMEs go up because the ADMEs have to drive around to different funeral homes to view these bodies. So this number is going up. It's not going up because of additional people. It's not going up because of, doing new things we haven't done before. It's going up because it's just directly correlated to the number of views we're doing in the office of the chief medical examiner. That's just one component of it, but that's an example of why that number is going up. My understanding and our understanding is that these numbers comply with all directives and all targets. And of course, if for some reason there's a thought that increase shouldn't happen, we will change that. But because it's directly correlated to what is happening and what the chief medical examiner is doing, I think it's consistent with all of the directives we got for the budget. So that is the efficiency budget in a nutshell. And with that, I'll move to the next two slides. The next two slides just provide sort of a snapshot of what percentage of our efficiency budget is general funds, federal funds, other funds, interagency funds, highway funds. So this is really just repetitive of what you just saw, but it's just an easy way to see what percentage of our budget falls into what category. So as you'll note, the department is less than 50% generally funded, but much of our non-general fund dollars are not operational dollars. They're dollars we take in and we subgrant out. Slide 9 is just to note new general fund spending. Again, this is all within the target, and it's not really, for the most part, new things. We have some salary and benefit adjustments just for increase in salary and benefits to account for raises and for benefits going up. We have an increase in the lease line for the chief medical examiner because they will be moving to new space. Right now, we currently lease space from Concord Hospital, and Concord Hospital has a vacant building that they'll be renovating that the medical examiner will be moving into. Our lease payments are going to go up under that new lease. Again, everything's within target, but we just wanted to note what spending will go up. And then we did have a couple of small general fund increases where we changed the funding stream for a couple of positions in the Office of Victim Witness Assistance. So we had a couple of victim advocate positions that were, I think, partially federal funded, partially general funded, and we changed those to be fully general funded. Again, though, it is all within the target. Moving forward a couple of slides to slide 11. These are our prioritized needs. And generally, the prioritized needs break down sort of into victim services and other law enforcement functions. The first big prioritized need are victim of crime grants. So we've talked about this a lot the last few years. The Department of Justice receives funding under the Federal Victims of Crime Act. So we call them VOCA grants. And over the last, I'd say 5 to 6 years, the annual funding received for those VOCA grants has been about $10 million. We subgrant those dollars out to the Coalition for Domestic and Sexual Violence, all of the crisis centers. We subgrant those dollars out to child advocacy centers. We subgrant those dollars out to county attorney offices to provide victim services, and Department of Corrections, I think some county corrections. So generally, we subgrant those dollars out to organizations, entities all across the state to provide victim services. Those federal funds are being reduced. And the reasons for that are a little hard to pinpoint, but generally the victims of the VOCA grant dollars have been funded by criminal fines and penalties, federal criminal fines and penalties. Those numbers have gone down, meaning that there's less money to subgrant out to states. So we've been left with a gap, and we had been able to fill that gap for the last few years because the state had saved and stockpiled extra federal grant money. We filled that gap through ARPA funds because at one time we thought this was just going to be a temporary dip. A few years ago, Congress passed what they called the VOCA fix, which was to divert some other revenue streams into the Victims of Crime Fund, the VOCA fund. That fix, though, has not worked. So we expect that federal reduction to maintain. So in our prioritized needs, we have, at least for consideration, basically filling that gap with general funds. I acknowledge this is not a typical thing we do in the state. We typically do not use general funds to pick up programs when federal funds are reduced. But we've had these discussions the past couple of years. We had these discussions with the legislature, with the governor, and while there have been no promises to anyone as to what will happen, I think coming out of those discussions, we all agree that at least that it would be on the radar for consideration. And so just to be transparent and make sure it was seen, we put that in our prioritized needs. But that is the biggest prioritized need that we have. Happy to answer more questions about that. This has been quite a history with this program with VOCA over the last few years. The next prioritized need we have is a human trafficking grant. We took this out of the budget in order to meet our target. This has been a grant that the department has put out for the last, probably 5 to 10 years, and it funds a position at the Human Trafficking Task Force, and it also funds it traditionally has funded a position at a county sheriff's office, although we're not currently doing that now. So we lapsed a lot of this $200,000 in fiscal year 25. So this is something we would look to put back in for fiscal year 27. We were able to fit this in the budget in fiscal year 26 and be within target. We were not able to fit it within the budget in fiscal year 27 to be within target. The next prioritized need is a small one, but it would be converting a part-time cold case investigator to full-time, and the numbers there are listed. And then at the bottom here, this is not technically a prioritized need, but I think it should be noted. The Child Advocacy Centers received $3 million at a $3 million appropriation in HB2. That money is actually appropriated to the DOJ so that it can be granted to the Child Advocacy Centers. And the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force received an $800,000 appropriation in HB2 for the last biennium. And we just note that we would anticipate requesting those same appropriations to hold them level. It's not really a prioritized need. These, at least since I've been in state government, this money has come into the budget through HB2 appropriations, so we just anticipate doing the same thing. But I wanted to note it here on the prioritized needs list because if it is ultimately funded at HB2, it is money that's appropriated to the DOJ so that we can subgrant it out to the Child Advocacy Centers and to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. So that is our prioritized needs. The last two slides here, we just have some helpful stats. I won't go through them one by one, but the first slide here just gives you a sense of what the department's doing and some of the numbers, some stats. And then the last slide, which I always like to include because I think in budget season, it's a helpful reminder that the DOJ does bring in some money. So this slide here just shows you the money that comes in and also the money that we manage. So it is the budget presentation, and I think it's a good reminder that we bring in some money too. We don't just spend it. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. With that, I'll kind of go around, see if there's any questions, either from our friends in the legislature. Charlie?
Yeah, I just,
James, go ahead.
one quick question. If you could talk about your vacancy rates and how they've changed since we did this 2 years ago, especially the luck you've had or success you've had in hiring attorneys.
Yep. It's a great question. So our vacancy rate right now, if you count permanent positions, is about 12.68%. So it's higher than we want it to be. It is certainly better than it was, I think, a couple years ago. I think I don't want to speak out of turn. I think the state average is at 15 to 16%. So I think we're under the state average, but we're still not exactly where we want to be. If you only count permanent positions, our total vacancy rate is 10.26%. So that's across attorneys and staff. We have 13 vacant attorney positions right now. That's out of a total position count of 88. What I would note for that, though, is we have more attorneys than we had a few years ago. So we got a lot of positions in the last budget, and so part of what happens is we fill a new position. One example is the Data Privacy Unit. The legislature passed the new Data Privacy Act. We have the new Data Privacy Unit. An attorney internally is taking the data privacy attorney position, so now we're trying to fill that position. But we have 13 attorney vacancies. We have more attorneys than we did a few years ago. We got a lot of positions in the last budget. And I'm going to say this, it's not the type of thing I think an agency head would usually say. I think that we may have more positions than we need. We may have some additional positions we can unfund, but we also have additional positions we're trying to fill.
Ken Weiler just got really excited.
Yeah.
No, we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Again, it's definitely one of the more important agencies in terms of you never want to say, well, I can't help you because we didn't hire enough attorneys to help you to a citizen, right? So you always want to make sure you're plenty staffed, but finding that happy medium, I think, is obviously a critical role.
Can I? I just had a question. The one is the just a note about House Bill 2 requests, because I suspect some people are listening. Over the last few budgets, we've done spending in House Bill 2, which is unusual, and was, I think, a clever way of trying to set aside money that might not recur for a one-time spending. It's very unlikely in the upcoming budget that there will be extra money that can be spent. So I think we're probably likely to go back to the old reality where House Bill 2 does not include dollars in it. And that just a heads up, because you may need to come up with some alternate arrangement for that. The other thing I wanted to say about vacancy rates, just because it will come up a lot. A lot of people in the audience are well aware that I hate vacancy rates. I think it's like the worst measure on the planet. How many positions you have is a measure. For example, the state currently has a 16% so-called vacancy rate, many of which positions are not being recruited. And we have more people working for the state of New Hampshire today than at any time since 2011. And it's worth noting that, and largely because of some of the initiatives the outgoing governor, I guess I should say, has taken. But I would bring that up. Secondly, have you done any thought about, let's say your target changes? Have you internally done some thinking about where you would find those dollars?
We have, absolutely. So
I'm
we've
not
been,
asking you to tell me them now.
Yep. We've been through the budget and we have a list of additional things. You know, yes, I won't list them all, but we're ready
Okay.
if additional cuts are requested.
That was my, okay, with that, I'm done.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Thank you guys for coming up. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue on with the Human Rights Commission
Yes.
and some of the other ones throughout the day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I ask everyone if they could take their seats and we'll resume the hearing. And next up is the Human Rights Commission. Looking forward to your presentation.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Katrina Taylor. I'm the acting executive director. Our executive director, Ani Malachi, could not be with us today. So I have the pleasure of presenting our budget to you folks today. So once again, thank you for your time. Just a quick overview of the commission. We are the state agency that enforces the laws against discrimination in New Hampshire. We're comprised of 7 volunteer commissioners who are appointed by the governor and executive council. And we established in 1965, and we eliminate discrimination in the areas of employment, housing, public accommodation, and just as of 2019, we now do public education, K through 12. We also do education and outreach, and we have a work share agreement with the EEOC. So they provide us 15% of their funding. Our current organization chart is on page 17 of our presentation. As you can see, Governor, Executive Council, our commissioners, the Executive Director. We currently have 8 full-time investigators, 1 full-time intake coordinator, a part-time intake coordinator, a full-time paralegal, and our secretary position is currently vacant right now. But we did meet our target budget for this past biennium. On page 18, you will see that work share agreement that I referenced with the EEOC. They pay us on a voucher-based annual process. Our average yearly contract with the EEOC is about $195. So as you can see, we are very good at meeting that contract or exceeding that number. Getting into the numbers on the past few years over at the commission, you'll see we have seen a 60% increase in cases filed, which is a very significant jump over the past 5 years. And as such, the backlog of cases therefore also grows. So that leads us to my prioritized needs, where we are requesting a couple different things. We are requesting 2 more investigators. We are requesting a mediation specialist, and we are requesting a learning and development specialist, which would be more of an outreach coordinator, which could provide some training and education to both those state agencies and businesses and employees throughout the state. And I think that covers it. So I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Representative Weiler?
Thank you. What do you think caused this increase in these cases?
Part
Any
of it,
particular thing?
yeah, that's actually a great question. I think part of it, our executive director in the past couple of years really has done a good job outreach of getting, I want to say, the employee side of outreach, so people know that we exist. And I think at the same time, we need to counter that with the employer education for prevention of these complaints. So I think we've done a good job of letting folks know what their rights are and where to find us, but not so much a good job of letting the employers know how to prevent these.
So is there any particular department that seems to have more complaints than another?
Well, we do state agencies and private businesses, any business that has 6 or more employees. And we also cover some federal contractors, depending. So there are, it's usually depending on size. So the more employees you have, the more complaints you might have.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question for you. When a case is filed, on average, how long does it take to get that case resolved? And what sort of the, if I were to file a case, on average, how long would that really be for you to be able to resolve that case? And I see you have the average cases pending. Is that total outstanding cases from the charges that were filed, or cases that were filed in the chart to the left?
Yes, so those are what are waiting to be assigned to an investigator. For a while, we only had 4 investigators. So as the cases came in, You can only assign so many per month as they go out. So right now, because we had been able to increase staff, it took only less than a year to get the case actually assigned, which previously we were looking at 2 years before a case was even assigned. So to get it fully resolved, depending which avenue, we offer different avenues for resolution. But if you're talking about just for a full investigation with one finding, probably about 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. You have cases, average cases closed, cases pending assignment. I suppose there's a third category, which is cases closed, case pending assignment, case currently being worked on, right?
Yes, I would say. Yeah, that depends
so-
on how many
so-
investigators we have. Our investigators carry a caseload of an average of 30 at any
An
given
average of
time.
30, and so you probably have about, and you have, how many of your investigators are full right now?
I have 3 vacancies right now that I am interviewing for, so we should be fully staffed by the end of the year.
So you're carrying about 150 cases on the books, so to speak?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. No, that's good to know. And you have 3 vacancies, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Did you unfund any in your budget? I'm sorry.
I don't believe we did.
Okay. And what are you when you're not acting director?
I am an investigator.
Oh.
I've been with the commission for 11 years as an investigator.
Oh, that's great. Well, I wish you luck. We actually hired in my agency somebody who used to work there, who turned out to be wonderful.
That's the problem, is all the other agencies keep poaching my investigators. They took one as well. So
Well,
it's
there you
like,
go.
I gotta keep them, but
All right, sorry. Sorry, but thank you.
yes, you're welcome. I try to train them and then send them off.
Any additional questions? No? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Would like to call up now the Liquor Commission for their budget presentation. Okay.
The agenda.
Okay, yeah, I have Liquor Commission. Okay, I'm sorry, Employment Security is next on the agenda.
George, I'm looking out for you.
Morning, committee members. For the record, George Kapatis, Commissioner of Employment Security to my right, Deputy Commissioner Rich Lavers, and to his immediate right, Business Administrator Jill Revels. I want to thank you for your time today. We were all set. We were getting ready to head for the door. I want to thank you for your time today. We've got a quick presentation we'd like to give to you. The Department of Employment Security receives no state general funds. The majority of its non-matching federal funds comes from USDOL. Our biennium budget projection is based on the knowledge and expectation of the continuation of our core programs, employment services, unemployment insurance, and labor market information. The department also receives supplemental funding in the form of a 0.2% diversion of employer state unemployment taxes for administrative support in order to cover funding shortfalls, and from which $6 million annually is deposited into the training fund administered in connection with the job training program. Without this 2% diversion of employer state unemployment taxes, the state would only be able to maintain 6 of the 12 New Hampshire Works offices. The department offers a variety of services to claimants, job seekers, and employers in 12 full-service offices and 2 itinerant offices located throughout the state. Therefore, personnel, service, and benefit costs comprise the largest portion of our overall budget. Personnel-related costs comprise approximately 61% of our budget. When unemployment claims increase, as was experienced during the pandemic, New Hampshire Employment Security receives additional federal funds based on workloads in excess of our base budget workload counts. A growing economy and low unemployment rate like New Hampshire is currently experiencing results in decreased funding for New Hampshire Employment Security. The total number of full-time NHES staff is currently at 282. And the highest point of staffing reached during the pandemic was 355 equivalent positions in April of 2020. During the 2020-21 pandemic, the department managed to pay over $2 billion in federal and state unemployment benefits to over 175,000 Granite State workers, which was more money and more people paid than during the prior decade combined. The Department of Information Technology costs comprise approximately 12% of our overall budget. With this budget, Employment Security supports approximately 23.2 full-time equivalent DOIT positions, with 16 that are embedded in Employment Security. Employment Security relies heavily on technology to administer all of our programs, but more importantly, unemployment insurance programs. Therefore, in addition to Class 27 DOIT, our software equipment and equipment-related maintenance budget represents approximately 10% of the overall budget. The Job Training Fund receives $6 million annually, which represents about 10% of our overall budget. This fund provides support to employers and individual job seekers. The remaining 7% is comprised of general operating expenditures such as telecommunications, postage, utilities, as well as assistance payments under the Dislocated Worker Program, which is administered by Employment Security with an MOU established with BEA. Beyond the unemployment program, Employment Security also plays a significant role in connecting hiring employers and available workers, including we're the provider of the most job fairs in the state, both virtually and in person, in partnership with the economic fairs, business and economic fairs, and the community college system. Last year, we did 60 job fairs throughout the state, which was a combination of virtual as well as in person, and we've done 46 as of the end of September of this year. Employment Security also provides employers with opportunities to conduct small recruitment events, and we maintain the state labor exchange, which employers are able to recruit for open positions and job candidates search for work. NHES also provides a New Hampshire job portal as a simple and quick recruitment portal for candidates to quickly connect with employers. Additionally, New Hampshire Employment Security has been charged with administering the Job Training Fund since 2019, and with the $6 million annual allocation from employer unemployment taxes, it's able to provide the following programs. The Work Invest program, which provides 50% reimbursement to New Hampshire employers for costs associated with delivering training to existing New Hampshire workers. The Work Now New Hampshire, which provides financial supports and one-on-one readiness, financial supports for individuals enrolled in Medicaid, Medicaid expansion, TANF, and SNAP. Work Ready New Hampshire, which is available to all community college system campuses, provides job readiness, training, and professional skill enhancement for New Hampshire residents. Since taking over the job training program in late 2019, Employment Security has expended over $6.8 million for 405 Work Invest New Hampshire grants to support New Hampshire employers in delivering training to their workers, over $6.2 million in Work Now New Hampshire assistance to help individuals prepare for and secure employment, and $3.6 million for Work Ready New Hampshire. Also, as part of the department's role in administering the state's unemployment program, we're also responsible for administering the New Hampshire Unemployment Comp Trust Fund, out of which unemployment benefits are paid and into which employer unemployment taxes are deposited. The Unemployment Comp Trust Fund has been hovering around $400 million since April of this year. This is about $100 million more than prior to the pandemic. Several factors are responsible for this healthy, solvent state of the trust fund. New Hampshire continues to experience low unemployment claim volume. We've experienced about 19% growth, nearly 9,000 in registered employment establishments prior to the pandemic. New Hampshire has grown its workforce by about 4.5%, or about 25,000 additional jobs since before the pandemic. Also, we received about $109 million in pandemic funding. New Hampshire has been able to grow the trust fund to historic levels, all while maintaining the lowest average unemployment tax rate in over 30 years and one of the lowest unemployment tax burdens in the country. Lastly, but not necessarily a budget-related item for the department, it's important to note that we continue to partner with Charlie and the Department of Administrative Services in administering the state's voluntary paid family leave program. This currently provides paid leave coverage to nearly 22,000 New Hampshire workers. This coverage is available to all New Hampshire employers and to all New Hampshire workers. And with that, I conclude our remarks, and we look forward to working with all to continue providing the essential services to the people and businesses here in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Quick question for you. Currently, you have, as you said, 282 people. That went up to 355 at the height of the pandemic to deal with the massive
Yeah, the height of,
temporary high unemployment.
well, during the height of the pandemic, you got to remember that, on Friday of that week, everything was fine. On Monday, everything collapsed. So basically, when we're talking 355, we had the additional staff that were working. We were all working 7 days a week at that point, just to get us through, because there was no time to train staff, to bring staff in and train staff in order to assist with the workload. So as of that Monday, the Monday the pandemic started, we were basically, everybody in the department was working the overtime hours Monday through Saturday, Sunday through Saturday, excuse me, and to encompass that 355 number. It was the equivalent of 355.
With the state's current low unemployment rate, I take it the 282 are sufficient. But my question is, how much would the unemployment rate have to rise, or is it a matter of how quickly it rises in order for that 282 that you would need more employees for that?
So great question. So one of the lessons we learned during the pandemic is that when you get to those high volumes and claims, that there was a lot of problem points in our system in terms of not only for customers, but for staff and being able to work efficiently. So we've made a lot of changes to allow for staff to be able to deal with those high volumes without the additional staffing. Depending on how high the claim volume were to go, whether that be something comparable to the Great Recession that we saw, or something comparable to more mild downturn like we saw in the early 2000s, we think we can deal with a lot of that through the improvements that we have made and we continue to make to the unemployment system itself.
I would just note that you have your predecessor, former Commissioner Reardon, watching over you in the back of the room. I suspect she came only for this. Your grants line in your department summary goes from about 2.5 to about 5.5. Are those those are the work grants, pretty much, the job training grants?
Do you want to chime in?
Sure. So, class 73, I believe is what you're referring to? Is
Well,
that
I'm
correct?
looking at the department summary page,
Okay.
and page 2, grants and grants administration, 2.4 in fiscal 24, and it's 5.4. I presume that's money set aside for the job training grants.
Correct.
Okay, and in 24, we didn't expend as much. That's an up and down kind of thing.
It is an up and down, correct.
Okay, good.
And just to add to what Jill had mentioned, so any money that's not expended in the job training grants, that does waterfall back into the trust fund.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, now I'd like to call up the New Hampshire Retirement System. Good morning.
Director of Information Technology, and Diana Crichton from our legal staff. Our mission is to provide secure retirement benefits and superior service. For those of you who have seen NHRS's presentation before, the message is the same. While we still have some challenges in front of us, we are pleased with the positive funding progress we have made and the operational improvements which have been implemented over the past several years. The NHRS board and staff are committed to promoting the sustainability and stability of the retirement system. NHRS has approximately 48,500 members and 45,000 retirees and beneficiaries. It is managed by 13 trustees, and investment oversight is provided by an independent investment committee consisting of 6 members. As fiduciaries, they are obligated to act solely in the interests of the system's members and beneficiaries. With the exception of the state treasurer, who serves ex officio, trustees and investment committee members are appointed through the governor and council and serve 3-year terms. Consistent with our prior presentations, we have 2 handouts, an overview with highlights, initiatives, strategic challenges, and a high-level budget overview, and a copy of our strategic planning document, which will speak to our goals. The NHRS statutory administrative budget, which does not include any funding from the general fund, encompasses all internal, non-investment related administration costs, including projected IT costs at full value. Our statutory administrative operating budget for FY25 is $13.6 million, and our budgets for FY26 and FY27 are $19.3 million in FY26 and $19.5 million in FY27, based on our fully funding all staff board authorized positions. The budget was created as part of a 3-year strategic plan to address deferred initiatives and areas put on hold over the past 5 years due to the focus on the major upgrade to our 20-year-old pension administration software. The increase is primarily driven by IT upgrades, modernization projects, and salaries and benefits to support new staff positions aligned with the strategic plan. As you probably know, the New Hampshire Retirement System is not an executive branch agency, but is a statutorily created pension trust. Although its expenses flow through the state, those costs are reimbursed from the retirement trust, which in turn is funded by contributions from employers and members and investment returns. The budget, which is before you today, has been fully vetted and adopted by our Board of Trustees, who are responsible for approving a budget which is appropriate for the system. Before I go into deeper detail on the operations of the retirement system, I would like to share these key facts about NHRS. NHRS provides a modest pension benefit. The average annual pension benefit is just under $23,000. More than 60% of our pension recipients receive less than $25,000 per year. NHRS benefits are funded by member contributions, employer contributions, and investment returns. NHRS investments have achieved an average annual net return of 7% over the last 10 years, which puts us in the top third of public pension plans. NHRS benefits help support the New Hampshire economy. In the last fiscal year, NHRS paid out more than $1 billion in pensions and more than $40 million in medical subsidy benefits. Approximately 80% of retirees live in New Hampshire and spend their money here. According to the most recent research released by the National Institute on Retirement Security, retiree expenditures stemming from state and local pension plan benefits in FY 2020 supported 8,234 jobs in the state. There is a plan in place to pay down the NHRS unfunded liability. As everyone knows, NHRS has a significant unfunded actuarial accrued liability, UAL, $5.5 billion as of June 30, 2023. There are 14 years remaining on the payoff of the original unfunded liability, which existed in 2007. Subsequent gains and losses occurring after June 30, 2017 are amortized over periods of no more than 20 years. On average, roughly 80% of the employer contribution rate for state employees goes toward paying off the UAL. Employer contribution rates for the 4 membership classifications, employee, teacher, police, and fire, will decrease in fiscal years 26 and 27 for the second straight 2-year rate cycle. The decrease is largely the result of strong investment performance over the 5-year period ending June 30, 2023, actual member experience from July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2023, and relatively minor adjustments to demographic and economic actuarial assumptions adopted by the board in June. Because the member payroll increases annually, the total dollar amount paid to NHRS by employers is expected to increase slightly. The NHRS trustees continue to strengthen the plan by adopting updated actuarial assumptions recommended by the system's actuaries. Because of its strong constitutional and statutory foundation, NHRS is on the path to full funding. The retirement system is making good progress on paying down its unfunded liability. A slow, steady decrease in the liability is projected in the coming decades, with a corresponding increase in the funded ratio, which increased to 67.5% in fiscal year 2023. Please note that we are still waiting for the fiscal year 2024 funded ratio to be finalized by our actuary, but we expect to see a small increase. I'd like to take a couple of minutes to review the highlights documents, and then Finance Director Marie Mullen will present highlights from our budget. The budget overview document that I'm going to be talking from you have in front of you, and it looks like this. These are some highlights from the past year. We transitioned to an updated pension administration system platform, which replaced a 20-year-old system. As you can see from the chart, our pension plan funded ratio is going in the right direction. We've been seeing steady increases year by year. This past year, we realized 8.8% on investments, and the 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, and 25-year returns for the periods ended June 30, 2024 were 3.4%, 7.7%, 7%, and 6.3% respectively. The retirement system assumed rate of return is 6.75%. All returns are net of fees. Compared to members of the Callan Public Funds sponsor, large universe, greater than $1 billion, NHRS performed better than 70% of its peers over the past decade. As I mentioned earlier, each year, every 4 years, we get an experience study prepared by our actuary, and this time, for the first time in more than 20 years, the actuary did not recommend reducing the assumed rate of investment return, which is currently 6.75%. And in this past year, we also issued the June 30, 2023 financial statements and the GASB 68 and 75 reports with unmodified or clean opinions. And initiatives to improve efficiency, we revamped the strategic planning process and developed a 3-year strategic plan for fiscal years 25 through 27. We have modified the fund's asset allocation, reducing the allocation to global equities from 50% to 40%, increasing the allocation to private credit by 5%, and allocating 5% to infrastructure, a new asset category for NHRS that is expected to reduce volatility and provide steady cash flows. The allocations changes are being phased in as appropriate over a multi-year timeframe beginning in July. We have also launched an upgrade of the NHRS member and retiree online portal, My Account, and we've maintained and expanded various cybersecurity enhancements designed to protect the security of our system and member retiree personal information. As you can imagine, the changes to benefits, even from temporary supplemental allowances, require significant pension database modifications. This past year, there were 8 bills related to our statutes that were enacted by the legislature and signed into law, and all of these required significant database modifications. I will now turn things over to Director of Finance Marie Mullen.
Good morning. To present our agency budget, just a reminder that these do not include any funds from the general fund. And this was created as part of our 3-year strategic plan to address deferred initiatives in areas put on hold over the past 5 years due to the focus on the major upgrade to our 20-year-old pension system. The 2-year, $38.7 million budget includes a 41% increase for FY '26 over FY 2025 and a 1% increase for FY 2027 over FY 2026. These increases are primarily driven by IT upgrades, modernization projects, and salaries and benefits to support new staff positions aligned with the strategic plan. It's also important to note that our administrative budget is 1% of our overall budget for the retirement system. Many of the costs are related to the investment expenses for the system and that in that regard. So below in the chart you can see the salaries and benefits and information technology lines. For the information and technology, the proposed increase is attributable to a backlog of projects. We're looking to implement software upgrades for our financial system. We're also looking to provide better customer service by implementing an app for our My Account for members to be able to see their information online, as well as upgrading to the cloud in many of our areas. That modernization is also quite needed for security as well. The increase in salary and benefits is primarily related to additional positions to support those projects. These positions are needed in temporary positions as well as consultants to help implement these projects. And those costs would be utilized during this time frame to help implement and supplement the staff shortages that may be needed for specific projects. For all the other costs, the primary increase is related to the addition of consultants, again, to provide implementation services for the various IT projects, as well as increases we've seen due to the cost of living increases related to operations, including utilities, repairs and maintenance, memberships, leases, and retiree health. And we open up for any questions you have for our budget.
Thank you. Representative Weiler?
Thank you. I continue to be disappointed at your returns on investments. And of course, that's the key source of the benefits that we're paying out. And you show your 3-year return of 3.4%. In some of those years when I went to look up what was the investment that year, I couldn't find anything but we assume 6.75. You don't publish it when it's a low return. These are much lower than my own IRA that has reasonable returns, and I'm assuming you have similar investments or similar investments are available to you. So I'm hoping that some of the assumptions that you made to pay off this deficit were increases in employment by the state, which I don't think is happening, not only because of more efficiencies in IT, but also with the problems with hiring. We have a 16% rate. So I think you should re-examine some of the assumptions made to pay off this debt, because if we're not employed at the rate you presumed, or we're not increasing employment at the rate you presumed, the funds won't be coming in. So I think you need to look at a lot of your figures, especially the investment returns have been disappointing in previous years. And, even now, they're still a little bit below what some of us are making in our own IRA. So anyway, I'm hoping some changes will make. Thank you.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could, my question relates on page 3 of your presentation. I just want to make sure I have these numbers correct. In 2019, your budget was the actual 8.7 million, going up to roughly 13.6 million in 2025. And that's roughly a 57% increase. On top of that 57% increase, you have now passed a 41% increase for a total increase from 2019 to 2027 of a roughly 123%. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you are. In 2019 is when our pension gold implementation began. So that's where you're seeing the increases over that 5-year period. We had a significant, our main software system of pension gold was upgraded and began in that year. So that's where you're seeing the increase there is incrementally each year we had to pay those implementation costs for that software.
Okay. And when your board passed the 41% increase in your budget, what sort of outreach was done to your constituents, whether it's to the legislature or the unions, to the cities and towns that pay in? How were they notified or involved, or what outreach did you do?
What we did was we worked closely with our board and staff to develop a strategic plan to come up with initiatives that had been unaddressed over the 5 past years. The pension gold pension administration system took basically all of our bandwidth over that 5-year period, and because of that we were not able to do other routine maintenance, and so so what you're seeing in FY 26 rather is basically 5 years of deferred projects that we were not able to do while we were conducting the upgrade to our pension administration software.
Hi. I think I'm reading this right, that of the 19 to 24 increase, 1.8 million of it was pension gold of the $5 million increase. And that 2.8 million in your current budget goes to about between 4 and 4.5. Is that right? I'm seeing your software line at 4.1.
Yes, yep.
Is there another line that I should look at to get, what's the equivalent PGV3 budget number for, let's call it 26, if you were to do it, ballpark?
The PGB3 is included in that 26 and 27 number. So we have ongoing annual maintenance now that we have to provide for PGB3. So that is now included in the IT budget instead of being broken out separately. And as well as the new projects we have for ongoing.
So it's a subset of the 4.1?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
And,
thank
and
you.
included in the IT budget, we do have some additional enhancements that need to be done to the system as well.
Cool, okay. Can you, one thing that jumps out in looking at your budget, your class 45 line, which was 7.2 million in 24, dips to 59,000.
Yeah.
Walk me through that.
That was with regards to some HB2 legislation for a one-time TSA, $500. So there was $7.1 million.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's how it gets appropriated. The general funds get appropriated. It gets put into our budget. So then you don't see that in the future years. So.
I knew there was something wonky. My next question is on the paying off the UAAL. What year did we start paying off the ability through, like, we did a 20-year plan, I think it was, maybe it was a 30-year plan to pay off the initial unfunded liability, which was a big number, like 4 or 5 billion.
Yes, that plan began in 2010.
So that part will be paid off in 2030.
Yes.
And how many?
No, it's 30 years.
It's 30 years. Okay, 2040. How many billions is that?
Well, right now it's approximately $5 billion, and then there's another 500 million that represents gains and losses that have been accrued since 2017, which has a separate 20-year amortization period.
So we're paying off the 5 billion over the 30 years from 10 to 40. And we're paying off another $500 million. Are we getting further? It sounds like every year we're a little bit short.
No, we are getting ahead every year. We have finally turned the corner, and each year, the total amount of the unfunded liability has been decreasing.
But simply because we're paying it off. Like we're accruing more. Right? Like in theory, if we weren't accruing more, you wouldn't have to pay off another 500 million.
Right, we do.
So we get further behind.
No, we do, pension plans work in this manner. Every year, you would do additional liabilities because we have 48,000 members that are working, and the benefit and their salaries relates to additional benefits that get accrued each year. So that increases the liability.
So the 500 million that you're paying off over 20 years is just sort of ongoing business? It's always going to be another 500 million?
No, we're hoping that will be fully paid off by the end of that 20 years.
And no more accrued?
There may be, depending upon if there's gains or losses.
But generally barring a recession, knock
It-
on wood.
Yes, it's all trending down.
Okay, good. Yeah. Senator Gray?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the 500 million that we're talking about comes from legislation that is passed during those calendar years, and that affects the rate at which you would charge, but since you don't set the rate until a couple of years afterward, a lot of times, then there is this liability that's outstanding, which increases the unfunded liability, which is subject to being paid off in that 20-year period.
Yes, thank you, Senator. That is one of the reasons that the unfunded liability since 2017 increases, is because of legislatively passed enhanced benefits.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have the Liquor Commission, please, for your testimony.
They stepped out for a drink.
Yep. Good morning.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having us. I'm Joe Mollick. I'm the chairman of the Liquor Commission, and with me is our CFO, Tina Demirs. I'm going to just run through a few comments before we get into the budget, before Tina gets into the budget. So just to speak a little bit of regional competition, New Hampshire's two bordering states, Vermont and Maine, are both control states. They have a little bit different model than we have historically. They do not have any state-owned stores. They're private retailers that own the stores, and they make revenue off of the markup through those stores and a percentage that they take. Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island are open states, and they have a mix of local package stores, grocery chain stores, and big box stores. And in Massachusetts, there's Total Wine and Spirits is the largest liquor alcohol retailer in the United States, with revenues of over $6 billion in 2023. They have 270 stores in 26 states. Total Wine added 18 stores, new locations in 2023 across the states, and they're planning 20 new stores in 2024 and 2025. They're our largest competition. They have a total of 8 stores in Massachusetts, which they have built since 2015, and they have 4 stores in Connecticut. And Connecticut and Massachusetts combine about 30% of our revenue here in New Hampshire, give or take. So spirit sales to retailers in the United States are continuing to decline, are expected to decline in 2025 as premiumization slows down. Data from wine and spirits wholesalers, i.e. WSWA, which looks at wholesalers and retailer sales, they've audited and more than 450 retailers nationwide, and they believe that the negative trends for spirits will continue in 24 and 25. We saw this trend starting in 2023. According to Drink Market Analysis, these are a few things that we look at. Spirits declined by 2% by volume in the United States in 2023. And the most interesting note is this was the first dip in the category of alcohol sales in the United States in 30 years. So based on the WSWA data source, the spirit sector is seeing a decrease across the states at 5.65% for 2024, and they're expecting another 5.4% in 2025. They run a June to June calendar year just like we do. So SipSource Analysis, which is another contributor that we use, has attributed the downturn and the regression to the pandemic consumer levels, broader economic challenges to consumers, as well as, and most importantly, cannabis substitutes for alcohol across the states, and a move toward alcohol moderation and health in general. We'll move to the handout and look at page 2. Just a couple of quick notes that the Liquor Commission is self-funded. We're in a separate, that's a separate fund outside of the general fund, and no general fund appropriations are used to maintain the operations of the Liquor Commission. We reside and live in RSA 176.3, which is down the bottom, and those are the outlines of the commissions to operate profitably, to maintain proper controls, effective and responsible operation of the commission, and provide service to our customers of the commission. And at this point, CFO Demers will take you through our budget. Thank you very much.
Good morning. So starting on page 3, you'll see our revenue estimates. And since we are self-funded, our projected revenue is dependent on the budget we are requesting. So unfortunately, with the industry trends and the no increase in the budget for FY26 and only an increase for steps and benefits in 27, the revenue projections are relatively flat. And you'll see that on row 1. Row 2 and 3 are the transfers per the 2 RSAs governing revenue transfers prior to the general fund. The RSAs are listed at the bottom of the page and have been calculated in our plan numbers. The first transfer requirement is under RSA 176.16. That's the 5% of prior year gross profit. It was 10.7 million in 24, in 25, and then increasing to 10.8 and 10.9 in 26 and 27. Line 3 is the transfer per RSA 126 AA:3 and is estimated by HHS for the granted advantage. In FY24, it was 7.2 million. This year, it's increased to 12.2 million. And for FY26 and 27, it's at 12.6 and 13 million. So for the total transfer of other funds on row 4, you'll see in 24 it's 17.9 million, increasing to 22.9 million in 25, and then 26 and 27 is 23.4 million and 23.9 million. Line 5 then is the calculation of the liquor revenue transfer to the general fund, which is flat with the increase in revenue, the slight increase in revenue being transferred to those other funds. And then on line 6 is the beer tax revenue, which continues to be flat. And then line 7 gives you the total transfer to the general fund.
So I'd just like to quickly note that in the national trends, you've seen the percentages, what they're expecting people to be down and what they actually are down. We aren't experiencing that type of loss here in the state of New Hampshire, but we are experiencing it just being flat. So if flat is the new up, then we're in good shape.
On page 4 is a listing of our major expense categories, and they correspond to the table and the line numbers that we've identified on page 5. Salaries and benefits are 45% of the total budget, and the area with the largest increases, 1.7 million or 3.4% in FY26 and 1.5 million or 2.9% in FY27. The FY26 increase is offset by decreases in technology, hardware, and software, DOIT, debt services, and workers' comp. That's to come to the budget target number for 26 that's equal to 25. And then the increases in FY27 are associated with the position step increases and benefits. And then FY27 is also offset by some decreases in the contracts and operations and debt services. So on page 6 and 7, this shows you the annual breakdown by class and accounting unit. You'll see the breakdown is consistent for both years for the class and by the accounting type or the accounting unit. As mentioned, FY26 is flat, and FY27 operating budget increase is 1.3 million or 1.4%. Plus the $500,000 transfers to HHS. I did forget to mention on page 5, you'll see that line 12, we've included the transfer to the alcohol fund into Granite Advantage as a budget item to make it easier to be tracked. So back to page 6. By class, the largest category is salaries and benefits at 45%, and then the transfer to HHS is 20%, and then our rents is 10%, and the rest are fairly minimal. And then by accounting unit, store operations is 79% of the total budget. You'll see that's the same on page 7, same similar breakdown. On page 8 is our organizational structure. The commission is currently made up of 3 divisions that report to the chairman and the deputy commissioner. This chart shows each division with the number of unclassified and classified positions assigned, along with the list of areas of responsibility.
And one of the things that we'll be asking for in HB2, which has been in our audit findings for the last couple of years, which we've waited to put into place till we've launched our new next-gen system. We've gone from the old system to the new system. This year, we're 9 months in the old system and 3 months in the new system. But we'll be asking for a director of finance and audit, which would be an additional director to the commission. And it's something that the LBA has suggested, and we're in agreement with it now that the new system is in place.
So back to page 9 through 13. These are summaries of the divisions as listed in the budget request with page references to the book. And there's a pie chart that shows the breakdown by class category and explains the changes. So on page 9 is the Office of the Commission. They're overseeing all operations of the commission with the primary goal to increase sales and maximize profits while operating in a cost-effective and efficient manner. Salaries and benefits in 26 decrease is a result of one position moving to the Division of Administration. And the operations has a net increase of $115,000 in FY26. This is for reallocation of indirect costs and then decrease in current expense and contracts. And then FY27 is the increase for salaries and benefits. On page 10, the Division of Enforcement includes enforcement, licensing, education, and grants. The division is responsible for enforcing alcoholic beverage laws, enforcing youth access to tobacco, and providing licensing, education, and support to over 6,100 licensees. The 26 increase is a result of moving 5 part-time positions from other divisions for a new loss prevention program in our outlets. On page 11, the Division of Administration, this includes finance, HR, audit, inventory control, and legal. And then also moving in 13 positions from other divisions for moving in real estate, the maintenance department, along with a newly created systems support for the new next-gen system.
And you'll notice that those are 8 positions. Those 8 positions, as part of the restructure of the commission with the new next-gen system, these will just be people that will support the next-gen system. And we are working with DOIT currently now to look at, we're having a final meeting with them this week, to look at changing the structure of our DOIT in order to help with the financing of some of these systems. Again, this is part of the audit mention, and we have a wonderful team in place. It's really been a good system. The most important thing for us about this system is that when we changed over, the biggest goal was that the folks that are in the stores didn't notice the change and the licensees didn't notice the change. That was the biggest piece, and 90% of that has been achieved. We had some issues with larger licensees and ordering, which has been taken care of, but for the most part, through the summer, no one noticed any difference in the stores. The product went one way and the cash came into the registers, and that's what we're here to do. So thank you.
So moving on to page 12, the Division of Marketing and Merchandising. This includes marketing, merchandising, advertising, the retail store outlets, and the HQ warehouse. The division oversees the buying, marketing, selling, and distributing of products through all of our channels to promote sales and maximize profits. The FY26 decrease is from the position moves. There's a reduction to debt services and the technology, hardware, software, and utilities. FY25, 3.9% or 2.7 million increase mainly for salaries, FY27, for salary steps and benefits.
Just quickly like to comment there that we run all of our outlets, all of our 62 outlets with 268 personnel, full-time personnel, which is quite an achievement in itself, and in the vicinity of about 700 part-time personnel.
So on page 13, workers' comp and unemployment comp. Workers' comp has decreased, and the number is based on the previous trend, and unemployment comp is flat. The last slide is additional changes in a capital request that we just wanted to bring attention to. The additional changes are for those 8 positions as we've looked at the restructuring to move them out of the Division of Administration and move them under marketing. And we're looking to put in a new capital request that has recently come to light to replace the current licensing enterprise solution software system known as MLO, My Office Online. It's a platform is reaching its end of life, and we recently learned that OPLC and DOIT are moving away from the original plan of an enterprise licensing solution for multiple state agencies, and the Liquor Commission is no longer included in that licensing software. So in order to maintain our licensing operations, we need a new licensing platform, which is estimated at about $4 million currently, but we still have to do further research.
We'd be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Weiler.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. In a somewhat unrelated area, your mention of the facts that some of the surrounding states were losing liquor sales to cannabis. So some of that did not come up in our discussions of bringing cannabis to our state and legalizing it. I would request that you show me some data from the other states where after they went legalizing cannabis, its effect on their liquor sales, so that I can bring that up, excuse me, when we talk about cannabis again, that it's not without some effects on some of our other revenue. I think that's an important point that has not been made at this point, that if that's going to, we'll hear all, how am I going to make money here, but if we're going to lose money there, we've got to take that into account as well. So I appreciate those figures you mentioned.
Certainly, Mr.
Appreciate
Chairman,
it. Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a quick question. When you were here 2 years ago, one of the largest issues that you were facing is finding sufficient workers to keep your stores open in the hours that you wish to. Has that problem been resolved satisfactorily? Do you now have a sufficient employment base to keep all your stores open to the hours you deem necessary?
We have a number of positions that we were given in the last budget that we have held. Some we have not been able to fill, and we are still, quite frankly, having a difficult time filling positions. Quite frankly, the rate of pay at $16.50 an hour is not keeping pace with the private industry. So we're still seeing a lot of folks part-timers specifically, which obviously we rely heavily on with 700 plus or minus. We have seen us not be able to hire in the times that we have. We have expanded the hours in the stores. With the cutbacks of the stores through COVID and through attrition as we open larger stores, like the new store in Keene we just opened a couple of weeks ago, we're finding it a little easier to run the stores because we have the larger footprint and not so many smaller stores. So that's a benefit to us. But that private industry is still paying $18, $19, $20 an hour, where we're at $16.50 an hour is still a challenge. So the answer is yes and no. We've certainly been able to hire some additional folks, and that's been great. And I think that a lot of folks that are coming out of retirement that previously had enough funds to live, but due to the economy now don't, we've hired a lot of people out of retirement that are working part-time for us.
I'm curious. Hi, I'm curious how many vacancies you have roughly right now, and I know it's a number that's in flux, but I wonder if you could divide them among full-timers. I know the part-timers are up and down. Can you divide them into the merchandising section and then the other three? So the 280 marketing and merchandising, which I think is mostly store operations, and then the other 87 or 90, whatever it is.
So currently, we have 26 vacant positions. There's one in finance, two in finance, and there's two, it looks like, in enforcement, and then the rest are in store operations.
And I'm sorry, that's 23 you said?
26 currently.
26. So that's like 22 in although not bad on 286. I noticed in your agency budget, your position count doesn't change. And so I assume I'm guessing that this just means you're,
Yes.
okay. And that's also true with the House Bill 2 item you want? That's replacing an existing position? Because it's not listed here.
No, that would be a new position.
Oh, it's not in your agency budget.
No.
No, it's not.
I'm going to say this probably a lot over the next 3 days. House Bill 2, over the last couple of years, has been used weirdly, in large part because of surplus funds. But technically, nothing financial should be in that document. Anything financial needs to also be in House Bill 1. And maybe not in the agency phase, but just make sure that when you do your budget, because you can't have anything in House Bill 2 that's not accounted for in House Bill 1.
Absolutely.
Because I think there's not going to be, if I were guessing, surplus money. I think the governor guessed that too when he said in the opening something about a 4% reductions. That was what he was guessing too.
Completely understood. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a couple of minute break, and we'll be back at 11:15. Okay, thank you. We'd like to resume the hearing and would like to call up now the Department of Agriculture. Morning, Commissioner. Morning.
On my button. For the record, I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. I have with me this morning Michelle Thibault, our Administrative Assistant, and Joshua Marshall, the Assistant Commissioner. I will try to give you back some of your time and be as brief as I can. And this budget has been developed to meet the efficiency expenditure targets provided by the Governor's Office. The goal of the department is to retain current staffing levels and maintain the integrity of all programs. As a result, the following programs have been affected by a reduction in general funds: Cost of Care Fund, the State Agricultural Fair Grants, the Agricultural Land Preservations Program, and the Farm Ranch Stress Assistance Program. All of those have been reduced to roughly $20,000 on average for each of the 2 years. And I think you can access what was in the budget. They're pretty substantial reductions. Based on previous years, the Department of Agriculture gives back to the general fund about $200,000 a year, meaning that we are cash positive to the state by about that amount, and we expect to continue to remain cash positive. The fund balance for our agricultural products regulatory fund at the end of fiscal 27, we expect to be $1,684,000 in integrated pest management. By the end of the same period, about 1.1 million. That's important because of something I'm going to mention as we go through here. We are, in order to maintain the budget, we are relying more on these funds. We are drawing them down to maintain our personnel level. This is not sustainable forever. I've said this in the past, but the fund balances are decreasing over time. This is also where we have pulled money from in the past for the animal data records based program. When I became commissioner in 2017, I said I hoped at the end of my tenure we will have brought our systems up to the 1990s. I'm pleased to say that by the end of this fiscal year, we will be in the 21st century and all of our programs will have been modernized. The animal database program is live now and has been for some time. In the testing phase, it has not been required for everyone to use it, but they will be using it by law by the first part of January. And the Weights and Measures program, which some of you may remember was developed by a sex offender in the state prison in the 1980s, that will finally go away by March. Lorraine Merrill's name will come off of the certificates issued. They won't have to put mine on a sticker anymore. We did have a contract in place when I became commissioner, but that was a total failure, and we have pivoted and will now have the program we need. I just think it was important to mention the IT part of things. We have 2 requests in the governor's phase, and they're both minor. They're a moving of money around, and I think you will have those. I can certainly go over them in detail if you want, but those have been emailed in. And finally, well, as part of what we've done to comply with the governor's request, we will be purchasing no new vehicles with general fund money in the next biennium. No personnel requests are made in the biennium either. And we are trying to do something which we hope the governor's office will go along with. We're trying to be more transparent with some of our expenditures. For many years, what was the Product and Scale Testing Fund, which did undergo legislative changes this year, essentially was used as a slush fund for travel, there was no real transparency there. We attempted to change that in the last biennium. We were unable to do that again, so travel appears in lines where it hasn't before, because we want you to know where it's coming from, and we don't. I have never been somebody who's been in favor of funds that you can just use willy-nilly, and I have been trying to end that, and I hope that the governor will support that. I want to mention a fiscal item that we will be requesting, really the only one that involves expenditures. We'll be asking to be submitted as a bill, and that relates to the testing of electronic vehicle charging stations. Under existing law, we already have the obligation to test these devices, but we don't have the budget for the testing equipment or the personnel to carry out this responsibility. Additionally, we also believe that the fee schedule that we would need to apply to this does not work as we believe it should. The bill we anticipate having filed will address all these issues. Given the budget constraints and the initial startup costs, we will be asking that the first year's costs come from our dedicated funds, as we believe that this program is vital to consumer protection, but we have not asked for it to be part of House Bill 1 or 2. We'll be glad to answer any questions.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Commissioner.
Josh, good to see you. I see you everywhere. You have two revolving funds that you list on the back page of your presentation.
Yeah.
Do you have a handful of other revolving funds that are little?
I think we do have.
Like hearing officer fund?
Yes, that is, it's not really, it is a fund per se, but it's capped at 75,000 per year. So from fines, that money goes into there up to a maximum of 75,000.
And over 75 you
5,000
lapse.
goes back to the general fund, and we this year are sending money back to the general fund.
Okay. And it's that when you say you give back to the general fund over 200 grand a year, that's more than just your lapse.
That is more than our lapse. That is, so we are cash positive to the general fund. You know, and it varies. I've seen it as high as $700,000, $800,000. I think down into the 70s, but on average, we are cash positive to the state general fund to the tune of 200,000, including lapses.
Okay, that's good. I was looking at your unrestricted revenue, because you collect something like 2025 fees, et cetera, that show up as unrestricted revenue in the other line, I think. And you're budgeting it at 3.3. There's something weird in 25 where it's budgeted at 6 million. Is that just a weirdness that you're not really going to raise 6 million? I'm looking at like the fourth or fifth page of your
All right, I will
of the
turn
agency,
to,
but page 8 of the agency budget document.
turn to Michelle for that answer, hopefully.
That's why we have Michelle, right? You see what I mean?
Looks like there's a huge increase in Waymaster repair licenses.
But like Waymaster, there's 2.2 for this year. I presume that just means you're not going to get 2.2 this year, and that it's going to look more like 24. Like 24 is more real, and you use that to build 26.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's
So like when we're tracking, when we're building the revenue line for the budget, let's say, we should be using 3 for things that are probably budgeted in 25 at 6.
Yes.
Okay. Good. That's all I got.
Thank you very much.
Very good. We were able to give you a little of your time back.
Yes, we appreciate that. Yeah. I'd like to invite banking, give their presentation next. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Amelia Galdieri, and I'm the bank commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. With me is Christina Martin, our director of operations at the banking department, and Deputy Commissioner Mike Moranti. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information about the banking department's budget proposal. The banking department is a consumer protection focused regulatory agency that supervises a wide variety of financial institutions. I did provide a handout, kept it to one page because I'm also going to try to give you your time back. I like to start my handout with the department's mission statement because everything in our budget directly relates to the mission statement and directly supports that mission statement. The department accomplishes its mission by conducting examinations of licensed and chartered financial institutions, investigating consumer complaints, bringing enforcement actions when necessary for violations of law, and providing financial education outreach to New Hampshire citizens. The budget structure of the banking department is set up in two divisions, the Banking and Trust Division and the Consumer Credit Division. The Banking and Trust Division oversees the activity of 17 state chartered banks, 7 credit unions, and 44 non-depository trust companies and family trust companies. Within those trust companies, the trust companies manage about $1.6 trillion in assets. And New Hampshire Banking Department is the primary or sole regulatory authority over those institutions. And those institutions are predominantly located outside of the state of New Hampshire, so travel is required to examine them. Additionally, we have, I believe, one that's located outside of the United States. The Consumer Credit Division oversees several thousand consumer credit licensees. So think mortgage companies, payday lenders, small loan lenders, retail sellers, so auto dealers who take finance applications, and finally money transmitters, so like PayPal, Meta, several large money transmitter organizations. The banking department amongst those two divisions has 53 positions assigned to it, including 2 currently vacant attorney positions, which we are actively recruiting for and hope to fill shortly. Moving on to our funding structure, the banking department is a self-funded agency. What that means, practically speaking, is at the start of each fiscal year, we get an appropriation. Over the course of the year, we collect fees and fines, application fees, examination fees, et cetera, which are credited to that appropriation. At the end of the fiscal year, any shortfall between the appropriation and those fine and fee amounts gets collected through an assessment on our chartered and licensed entities. We usually only have to do an assessment on the chartered entities. Usually there's enough fees and fines generated by the consumer credit entities that we don't have to do an assessment on them. Moving on to our budget proposal, the banking department was directed to flat fund to the adjusted authorized amount for fiscal year 25. We were permitted in the second year of the budget proposal to fund statutory and contractual increases in salaries and benefits. So this was a challenge for us because we are an agency that's nearly 89% salaries, benefits, et cetera. We don't have a lot of stuff that we can cut. So how did we accomplish that directive? In fiscal year 26, we defunded one of our 2 DOIT positions. We currently have a project underway to move most of our data that we currently utilize at the department into like a vendor managed system that's paid for by the dues that we pay to organizational dues that we pay to the Conference of State Bank Supervisors. And additionally, we are trying to move out of Access databases for our internal record keeping system and into a more modern cloud-based system. And because of that project, we felt comfortable defunding the one position and feel like we can move forward in that position. We also defunded an attorney position that was embedded at the DOJ that we no longer use. We didn't use the services of, so we defunded that position. For fiscal year 27, we cut funding to our travel and training lines. While we can live with this cut, it is going to have a fundamental impact on how we accomplish our mission. During the pandemic, we learned and confirmed that we can do exams off-site for 1 or 2 exam cycles and feel comfortable with the risk associated with that. However, conducting examinations fully off-site repeatedly does increase the risk to New Hampshire consumers and the reputational risk to the state as a whole. It's very important that we set foot in the entities that are licensed and chartered by us to see what is going on, boots on the ground and all that. In fiscal In fiscal year 2024, we conducted approximately 370 examinations. In fiscal year 25, we are on track to conduct over 400 examinations due to statutory changes that require us to now examine all the retail sellers that are licensed by us in the state of New Hampshire. We feel comfortable that we can absorb that increase because we've been able to reallocate examiner positions across divisions. To do that effectively, we have to train those people to be able to examine a bank one day, a money transmitter the next day, and so on. So that does mean that we have some increased training needs for those examiners because our most increasing area at the department is in complex fintech companies that are ever changing. So training is very, very important to us so that our examiners can go out and competently examine those entities. And I am concerned that cuts to that training line may exacerbate or put us behind the curve slightly on those training needs. But I do think we could live with it. So that's kind of it for my substantive presentation about the budget. I would draw your attention to the end of the handout. In 2023, we did facilitate over $1 million in restitution for over 2,000 New Hampshire consumers. Additionally, we facilitated resolution over 100 consumer complaints in calendar year 2024 to date. I also include a link to our strategic plan if you want to see any further details about what we do at the banking department and what our plans are going forward. I am proud of the work that the department does, and I'm happy to take any questions.
The examinations you do, are they more, obviously they're, say, traditional scheduled examinations, but to what extent are they situationally based? And why I ask that is when interest rates shot up over the last few years, especially over the last year, a number of banks, we saw the well-publicized case out in California, had significant liquidity crisis. Does that increase the amount of examinations you're doing here locally, or is it just something, or okay, you're saying yes, so if you could just go into that in a little more detail.
Sure. So we do have regularly scheduled examinations set by a statute. Some entities get examined every 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. Some are 3 years, some are 5 years. It depends on the entity type. So those are routinely done. Outside of that, we have the ability to go in if we get a lot of consumer complaints about an institution. So when I started at the banking department, it was the height of the mortgage crisis and I was an enforcement attorney. So we went in and did a lot of, unannounced sort of visitations or investigations where we went on site. And those were particularly locally for the most part at the time. So it is really economically driven with the liquidity issues going on. We are keeping a close eye on that. And we do have, for our banks, we co-regulate banks with the federal government, FDIC or the Fed. So we do increase our visitations on site. But a lot of that work can, depending on the nature of it, really depends on whether we go on site or not.
Do you in your assessment,
Okay.
your assessment of people, do you assess the banking and trust divisions and consumer credit divisions separately and as a entity? So they have a different set of people you bill and you only bill for those costs?
Correct. So that's why we have it in two buckets for the purposes of the budget. People are assigned to either bucket.
Do you do an internal cost allocation for admin?
Yes, we do.
Like for you?
Yep. All of us at this table, for example, are split. I am paid out of the banking division. He's paid out of the CCD division. Ooh, but CCD for her too. So we try to keep it an even split based on, how many entities, et cetera, et cetera.
So instead of an allocation, you do a just like you're here, I'm here.
Yeah, because we try to keep it even. It gets complicated if we have to split a position in half. So we tend to do whole positions.
You say you tend to. Do you have any?
I don't think we did at one point in the past, but we don't currently.
Okay.
I would prefer not to because I think that is complicated. I like to keep things very, very simple.
Yes, simple. And I asked, we actually internally in a couple of places went the opposite direction because but it was over like 40 places and it was it became inaccurate. In your consumer credit, you have a giant increase in your class 49. Can you explain that?
Remind me which one's 49.
Like it goes from $1,000 to 142 and then back down to $1,000. I'm looking at page 23 of the agency budget.
Yeah, so that's the EAP division.
And you're going to stop doing EAP?
Nope. Nope. It did change. Can I get back to you on that?
Yeah, no, that's
answer?
fine.
Yeah.
It sort of jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's tied to EAP, so I'm not sure.
It's just the cost we get from DHHS.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's more than $1,000 next year, though. If it was
Not-
142 this year.
Well, so
Because your employee count probably didn't go down that much.
No, it did go up though. Sorry, it did go up. Our employee count increased to 53, whereas I think before we were 49 or
yeah,
50.
50. Mm-hmm.
Right, so I would guess then that you would go from like 142 to 150, not 142 to 1.
I think we also had money in there for 2 part-time positions that we never used. So we eliminated that out of the budget too. And I think that might all be in, because that's, I think 49 is payments. Oh, and that's also the payment to other agency. It's the DOJ position that I mentioned. So that's where we paid that position out. I apologize.
Okay.
Let my brain
That
catch
actually
up.
probably makes more sense.
Yes, that does make way more sense. I apologize.
That's okay, no big deal.
I'm not as good with the class numbers as.
No, nobody here is except Michelle.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to bring up the Veterans Home. Good morning. I'd like to wish you and especially your residents a very happy belated Veterans Day.
On or off? On now? Yes. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I'm Kim McKay. I'm the Commandant of the New Hampshire Veterans Home. And with me today, I have our CFO, Jennifer Doig. We do have a lengthy power presentation, but I promise you I'll push through it pretty quickly. Just for those who don't know about us, in 1889, to take advantage of the federal assistance, the governor at the time made up the board of managers and started the Veterans Home. So in December 3rd, we will actually be having our anniversary of 134 years. And in 134 years, there's been 11 commandants, which is pretty impressive. There's only been 11 leaders there. We are made up of a board of managers that oversees some of our operations. So we have a unique position with the board of managers, and they are made up of 12 members who are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the executive council. Commanders from the American Legion, the Veteran of Foreign Affairs, and the Disabled American Veterans, and 9 citizens make up our board of managers. 2 of those 12 members are members in our residents in our facility, 1 male, 1 female. And the board has oversight of the Veterans Benefit Fund operations as well as who the commandant is. So that's a unique situation in itself that they oversee how we spend that donated money that comes from our community to support all of our veterans organization or recreational activities. Today, we are a long-term intermediate care facility, and we offer a broad range of residential, medical, and nursing care for veterans only. This is unique because most states have bigger or many more veterans homes, so they can offer placement for spouses or golds, our parents as well. But we unfortunately have only 1 veterans home, and we focus on the veterans. We're licensed for 250 residents. We have been budgeted historically for 225 residents, and we have 384 staff. As I spoke last time, and I will probably keep speaking to, our greatest challenge has been recruiting and retaining staff with the clinical side and the support services. Again, uniquely, we are licensed by the VA and we are enabled to get per diem payments through the 38 CFR 5141, and residents, the veterans either have partial pay or full pay for their stay with us. Our mission statement of the New Hampshire Veterans Home is to provide the best quality of life for New Hampshire veterans with dignity, honor, and respect. And our staff are very honored to serve those who have served. I talk about achievements because it's really important to show where we're going and where we've been. We had created a LNA training, licensed nursing assistant training program, because we have the biggest need in the nursing field. And so in April 22, we started that course, and we've had 7 courses and have rendered 30 new LNAs. And now they are working with us. We have also created a licensed medication nursing assistant program, which allows LNAs who have at least a minimum of a year's experience to be able to take a course to become, have the ability to pass medications under the supervision of a nurse. And so we started that program February 2024, and we now have 10 new LMNAs in our workforce. In 2024, we were awarded the Outstanding Energy Efficiency Project with a sponsorship provided by Eversource and DAS. We had a facility-wide lighting improvement project, and our hope is that it's going to save us about 50% on our utility bills for the lights. They replaced every single light in our facility. We've also improved our security by adding additional security cameras. We were awarded some enhanced monies and through the sweep, and we've been able to, in phase 1, improve our technology structure through our facility. We use med carts that use Wi-Fi, and so it was spotty in some areas, and now we are able to offer the Wi-Fi coverage throughout the facility as well to our residents. And phase 2 will be to have that all upgraded and take place with the new equipment updates for conference rooms to allow to have care plan meetings with families and calls with families who are not able to come to the facility. One of the proudest things I'm going to speak about is the admissions process. Historically, it has taken about a year to be from step 1 of doing your application to the admission. And we've been able to cut that down to 3 to 6 months now. Sometimes so fast that families are shocked because it's so quick. They were planning it to have like a lot more time to make that final decision, but we are now moving really quickly, and we're up to 3 to 6 months before they are offered a bed. And we have looked at our contracts that we had, and we're minimizing occupational and physical therapy contracts that we had by going to a previous model where we had a full-time physical therapist. So we reclassed a position, and we've hired a physical therapist who will oversee our therapy department and cut some of that contract money down, as well as have a benefit to our veterans where they aren't going to have to pay a copay. They right now sometimes refuse therapy because they don't want to pay a copay that they were being paid or billed by the contractors. Our staffing as it relates, and I didn't know that Charlie didn't like vacancy rates and those kind of things, so we'll just slide right through that, Charlie.
I particularly like the way you did your slide.
Okay, all right, thank you. So with our current vacancy rate of 45 for about 46% for LNAs and 39% for nurses, we've currently capped our census at 140 to meet the needs. With that said, we plan to go to the 225, and I think that we're on the right path. We've had some nursing management changes, so we're looking at how we can more effectively use our staff. So with the current numbers right now, we're toying with the idea of going up to 150, and as we are able to recruit, we plan to increase that. For recruiting efforts, we've enhanced our efforts by attending job fairs, posting on college platforms like Handshake, local newspapers. Interestingly, that still brings people in from our local area. And adding the ability to obtain CEUs, continuing education units. That sounds like a small thing, but for a nurse or an LNA who needs to maintain their license, for us to have a very small cost with a educational program called Healthcare Academies, we're going to be able to provide CEUs for those people with licensures, which will then attract more people that can do it on work time. We've also consolidated partial units to maximize staff on full units. We've expanded light duty to work programs so that when people are in light duty, they can come back and do something maybe that wasn't a nursing, but something else that's still going to help us where we have vacancies. We've increased the number of volunteer opportunities within the facility. And without our volunteers, we would be lost. They do so much for us and our veterans. And we continue to the mandate of 4 hours per pay period for nursing to meet the minimum requirements. Our strategic key priorities this year, or the next 2 years, grow the veteran resident census. That is one of our key. We want to meet all the need. Anybody who needs a place with us, we want to be able to offer that and open the door. We want to reduce the number of vacant staff positions. We must always meet the VA survey requirements. That's how we are paid, and that's how we are licensed. Health, life, safety initiatives like the camera system, so we can see if someone had a fall, did they hit their head? What were their circumstances? How do we fix that? Vehicle and equipment upgrades. One of our veterans had told one of the politicians that was walking through that he is embarrassed to get in our rust bucket of a bus. And so we do have some vehicle upgrades that we're working on. One of them, we did get a new bus, but our other bus is quite rusty. So we're working on getting those done. IT infrastructure upgrades, like I spoke about, updating our conference rooms so families can communicate with their loved ones more easily than trying to do it on a FaceTime, iPad. The ongoing building maintenance, we have some capital budget projects that speak to that. Our building is aging, as most state buildings are. And then the Veterans Home Building Addition. We had money set aside in 2016 that had been waiting from the state side. We committed to a project, and the VA has now come through with those funds. So we are 100% design is completed for a 20-bed private bathroom unit so that that neighborhood can offer a higher dignity. It also will have more bariatric beds on those units so that we can meet the needs as we see. The executive summary, we did discover with some help from our friends at DAS that we had not been paying something called Class 42 additional fringe benefits post-retirement. And so we need to add that to our budget, which has increased our budget and pay our fair share. So we did add that into our budget. And these other additional fundings you will see are based on a 225 census. If we don't hit that number, then obviously we would lapse that money back. But they're around salary and benefits due to step increases, food costs. Do I stop? Oh, okay. Technology upgrades, part-time positions, and prescription drugs to accommodate the increase in the veterans census. Again, I have already said we are 250 beds. We have 225 for our budget. We'd like to try to keep that budget and increase our staff and increase our veteran count. I do say here that we have 21 applications in process and we have 12 already approved. So with 134 of veterans today, we have 33 waiting. And so we know that we can move up fairly quickly if we had enough staff to do that. And we believe that the staffing is getting better because of the raises. We are seeing more nursing applications, which is great. So we had a census goal over the last 2 years. We've increased about 16% of our census, and we want to keep going so that nobody is looking for a bed. We lose a lot of veterans who go to other nursing home settings because the families have a crisis and they need a bed right away, and we haven't had that ability to offer that, but we're moving in that direction with a 3 minimum wait period. Most families are going through the process so we can offer those beds quickly.
Our current census is 134. We have some pending admissions right now to go up to 140. We have 122 men and 12 women, and our average age is about 83 years. We have over 30 people right now in our residency with over age 90, and we actually have one veteran who will be turning 100 in January. So it's been great. This is our median yearly census. You can see that it kind of dropped down, and we know what caused that in 2021. And you can see where it's starting to move up, and we're hoping to keep going up over the next few years. This is our resident discharge and admissions. So our discharges were they dipped down during COVID, and they're still a little high, but that is to be expected when you have an average age of 83 years old. Branch of military, I always add this to anything I do because it's always competitive. The Army still is the most represented with 56 residents. Marines are 10, Navy 38, Air Force 25, National Guard 2, and Coast Guards 3. So Army still wins. We'll see what happens at the football game. Conflict era served. We have 4 World War II veterans, and if anybody had a chance to see the Union Leader on Sunday, they did a big news about us and our 4 veterans. They highlighted them. Career conflict, we have 31. Vietnam is our largest, 77, and we anticipate that to be growing. We do have 1 Gulf War resident, and we have 21 that either served during war, peacetime or have not identified a time frame when they served. Is this your snapshot you like, Charlie? The vacancy snapshot. So this will tell you our vacancies and our filled. And again, we still have a need. We have 82, and I really focus on LNA and nurses because those positions can dictate whether our census is higher or lower. Food service has a little bit of effect there, but maintenance is maintenance. Our building is our building. So the LNA vacancies are still.
I don't want to interrupt, but can you talk to that, because it's something that people wonder about all the time as we go through. Like,
Sure.
what are your census today is capped because of the staffing.
Yes.
And how much additional staffing would get you to I assume it's steps, not.
Yes. So I think, so we have, when we look at units, like a small unit that I have is a 14-bed unit. And to open that unit, I need at least 3 nurses with relief factor. So I need 4.5 nurses. And then I need 9 LNAs with a relief factor. So when we hit those, we can open another unit. Right now, how we're doing our growth is that we have some units that have double beds, and we have been keeping them as singles, but they have the capability of going above and doing the double rooms. And some people benefit from having a roommate. We have to know our residents and know what their social ability is. And so right now, that's why I'm saying we're capping at 140, but we're looking at doing an additional 10 because we can look at those double rooms and that won't impact the staff count. So we're trying to be really creative with the current staff we have, getting that census up, because the more the census up, the more federal funds we have. So it's this catch-22 where we have to have the census to have the finances. So each time we can go another step, we can have more residents come in. Vacancy rate combined, our overall is 36.7 overall. Some of those are purposefully. I have, as an example, I have a nurse practitioner that I have been holding back because at 225, we would need 2 nurse practitioners. But at 140, we don't need 2. We only need 1.5. So I've had a part-time position added to our line 50 money and holding on that full-time, which we're saving benefits. The same with recreation. We have a pretty robust recreational staff, but if we don't have 225 residents, then we can hold back 2 of those recreational positions until we get to that 225. So the rate is somewhat not clear because some of these are purposeful. They're not all we're not all recruiting. However, nursing and LNAs, we recruit for all the time. And I will say 2 years ago, we had a 49% vacancy rate for nurses, and today it's 39.7. And we're seeing applications for nurses. I'm not sure where they're coming from, but we love it and we don't want to stop it. So we hope these continue. We have 3 sources of revenue that are solely dependent on resident census. The federal revenue is the VA per diem that's given to the home on a monthly basis for the number of residents residing at the home. The current per diem rate that is called a basic rate is $144.10. And the higher per diem rate, which is called a prevailing rate, is $587. Prevailing rate residents are those who have a 70% or more disability rating. And because of the PACT Act, we're seeing a lot more residents who are qualifying for that prevailing rate. Right now, we had this past month 16 residents that qualified for that higher rate, which helps our revenue. The agency revenue is the income coming from room and board. Some of our residents pay full room and board if they have assets over $30,000 until that asset drops. They will pay the full rate, which is $349 per day, or $10,444 per month. Once they get under that $30,000, then they would go down to a partial pay, and that is decided with a long process with the VA of how much they pay, so it goes by income. The lower their income, the less they pay us. The general fund dollars are matched with the federal revenue and agency income. And as you can see to the side here, currently 30% of our funds are paid for, we are paid for by federal funds, 24% by residents, and 46% by general funds. That changes as we have more of a mix. This is just a historical of where we spent from FY 20 to 24 of actual cost. And so we broke this down from the federal side of what we accrued from them, and then the resident side. Again, historical where we had expenditures, so you can see where we've come from. And I know this isn't the place because this is operational budget, but we did mention our capital budget requests. We have 4 of them. One is to replace rooftop air handlers. The current ones are over 30 years old. We got the analogy that my operations officer tells me is we got the motor and the transmission changed out this year emergently, but the body is rusting all around it, which is going to affect the motor and the transmission again. So we're trying to replace that motor part, the vehicle part. We have a request to replace 7 resident tubs and a bariatric shower. The tubs we are now, they're aged so much, we're taking pieces from the closed units to fix the old tubs. So it's a crisis at this point. And we replace 1 elevator and update 2, as well as bring one of our 2 units that are the oldest to ADA compliancy. Some of the rooms we can't have residents go into with certain wheelchairs because they're not wide enough. And so we'd like to work on that. So we've have a high tradition of providing high quality care and to be cost effective when we can. And so we're hoping with the support of the governor, the new governor, and this committee that we will continue that tradition. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. To summarize, your current census is 134. The budget you've submitted would allow you to go up to 225, assuming you can find
Yes, sir.
the nursing staff and other employees to fill those positions. Hypothetical question, but if a plane full of nurses and custodial staff and food service handlers showed up and you were fully staffed, is the demand there right now for 225?
If we look at our numbers right now, today, if I could take everybody, it would be 167. And that's without advertising to our veteran service organization partners that we have a short or no wait. I do believe that we could easily fill our facility with no short or a small wait. Right now, traditionally, most people say if you want to go to the New Hampshire Veterans Home, plan a year.
the process is going to take that long. And again, as I said, most people need a quicker fix than that. We still do transfers from other nursing homes. They've gone to a nursing home and they still want to come to the veterans home. So I think we could go up. If a plane of nurses come and they want to work for us, I think we could meet the need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The hearing is now in recess and we'll regroup again at 1:15 p.m. Good afternoon. I would encourage everyone to take your seats so we can get started with the afternoon session. To begin this afternoon session, I would like to invite the Department of Safety to come up for their presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Robert Quinn, Commissioner of the Department of Safety, and with me today is Amy Newbury, our Director of Administration. We're here to discuss the Department of Safety's budget request for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. The mission of the Department of Safety is to consistently enhance safety, security, and the quality of life in New Hampshire through professional, collaborative, and innovative services. Our departments consist of 7 divisions, each with its own public safety mandate, and are uniquely funded. Demand for public safety services continues to grow across all areas, as do the demands on our workforce. In developing this budget, we followed our strategic plans, ensuring that our primary goals remain central while acknowledging the challenges and constraints that lie ahead. We set expectations at every level, mindful that each division has specific evolving needs identified through key performance indicators. This message outlines the challenges faced by the department due to high vacancy rates, budget constraints, and the need for modernization. Despite these challenges, the team has successfully maintained public safety services. However, as operational costs have risen, driven by increasing salaries, equipment replacement expenses, and a greater dependence on IT infrastructure, some critical positions remain unfunded. This is affecting staffing levels and delaying technology upgrades, while online services and system replacements as well. To sustain essential public safety services and meet growing demands, the department has identified a funding requirement of $2.1 million for both fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027. Throughout today's presentation, we'll discuss the impact of these priority needs on public safety across New Hampshire. Securing funds for all vacant positions remains a top priority, and we respectfully request that resources be allocated accordingly if available. Director Amy Newbury will now outline the essential public safety mission of each of our 7 divisions and provide a summary of changes, priority needs, and impacts on the delivery of services. We're happy to answer any questions you may have during or at the conclusion of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, everyone. Let's dive into the presentation beginning on page 2, which offers an overview of the department's organizational structure. As the Commissioner highlighted, the Department of Safety is composed of 7 divisions, each with distinct functions, funding sources. This structure makes it logical to present our budget request on a division-by-division basis, which is our approach today. Before we delve into each division, page 3 provides a comprehensive summary of the overall departmental budget request. For fiscal year 2026, the Department of Safety has requested a total of $265 million, and for fiscal year 2027, $273 million to support public safety services across the state. These funds cover 1,151 full-time classified positions and 14 unclassified roles, though 34 classified positions identified as high priority needs are not included in these totals. The department is largely driven by personnel, with 60% of its budget dedicated to salaries and benefits, while the remainder covers operating expenses, including funds and grants distributed to local and other state agencies. The fiscal year 26 budget has increased by $10 million due to rising operational costs and contractual obligations. Turning to page 4, we move on to the Office of the Commissioner. This office not only oversees the entire department and its 7 divisions, but also directly supervises the Office of Highway Safety, the Department of Safety's legal unit, and the Bureau of Hearings. On page 5, the budget request of the Office of the Commissioner is outlined with 20.2 million sought for fiscal year 26 and 20.5 million for fiscal year 27. Of this budget, 38% is allocated to salary and benefits for its 45 classified and 3 unclassified positions. Many operating costs are federal grant awards processed by Office of Highway Safety and Homeland. Currently, there are no unfunded positions in this unit. The office includes the Bureau of Hearings, which handles almost 14,000 hearings each year, and the Office of Highway Safety, which in federal fiscal year 24 awarded more than $2.5 million to 136 local police departments. This year's budget remains relatively even. Additionally, some prioritized needs are highlighted. $9,000 for the biennium, which is estimated and prioritized by the Department of Information Technology, and $317,000 for facility maintenance at 33 Hazen Drive, as prioritized by the Department of Administrative Services. On page 6 presents the Division of Administration's organizational chart. This division provides internal support services across the Department of Safety's division and comprises of 6 bureaus: Financial Management, Human Resources, Asset and Resource Management, Road Tool, Grants Management, and Facilities Management. On page 7 details the Division of Administration's budget request of $13 million for fiscal year 26 and $14 million for fiscal year 27. Of this, 66% covers salary and benefits for 84 classified and 3 unclassified employees. There are 3 unfunded positions in fiscal year 26 and 1 for fiscal year 27 identified as prioritized needs. Key activities in the Division of Administration include the Road Toll Bureau's collection of $183 million in fiscal year 23 to support the Highway Fund. Additionally, the mail unit processed 1.9 million pieces of incoming and 1 million pieces of outgoing mail, while the plate room distributed 555,000 license plates and 2 million fleet decals to municipalities and DNB substations across the state. The overall budget has decreased slightly from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26 in Department of Information Technology expenses to meet budget targets. On page 8, details several prioritized needs within the Division of Administration, including the necessity of filling a vacant road toll position. Audits conducted in this role are crucial to ensuring compliance with the state's road toll gas tax. Leaving it unfilled may lead to incomplete reporting, which could negatively impact highway fund revenue. Additionally, the training role is vital to advancing process improvement initiatives by focusing on continuous development of staff. This position ensures alignment and provides thorough information during process changes. Without it, the department's capacity for ongoing training and efficiency gains is limited. The mail clerk role is also critical, as it helps prevent delays in processing the large volume of incoming and outgoing mail. Any delays in mail processing can have significant impacts on municipalities and the DNB substations. On page 9, we transition to the Division of Motor Vehicles. The DNB's mission is to enhance public safety on New Hampshire's roads by ensuring all drivers, vehicles, and service providers are properly credentialed. The division consists of 6 bureaus: driver licensing, financial responsibility, which handles driving history records, operations, registration, title, and an administration section. On page 10, the Division of Motor Vehicles presents its budget request seeking $34.3 million for fiscal year 26 and $34.2 million for fiscal year 27. Of this budget, 56% supports salary and benefits for 210 full-time classified and 2 unclassified positions. Additionally, 7 classified positions currently remain unfunded and are listed under prioritized needs. In fiscal year 24, the DNB issued 372,926 motor vehicle titles, conducted 71,863 skills and road tests, and produced 373,585 driver licenses and ID cards. The budget increase from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25 primarily reflects filling vacancies and planned DOIT projects attributed to the maintenance of critical DMV systems, the Vision system, and the MAP system. Both of these systems are essential to daily DMV operations at substations and local municipalities and must be properly maintained to ensure uninterrupted service. On page 11 outlines prioritized needs for the DMV. The Department of Motor Vehicles has identified personnel as its top priority, requesting funding to fill various vacant positions to prevent service delays. And here are their key points. Number 1, license examiners. Funding is needed to fill 3 full-time vacant license examiner positions, 2 CDL examiners, and 1 driver license bureau position. Without this, CDL and driver license applicants may experience delays in scheduling road skilled tests, and some DMV locations may no longer offer daily driver licensing tests. 2, division-wide positions. The DMV also seeks funding for 4 full-time vacancies across the division, including 2 internal auditors, 1 supervisor for motor vehicle registration, 1 administrator in administration. Cutting these positions would lead to longer customer wait times, processing delays, and hinder the DMV's capacity to perform essential tasks such as hiring safety monitors, conducting data analysis, and managing public information. And lastly, number 3, part-time positions. These roles are essential for handling back office duties and providing customer service at information desks, counters, phone lines, and as safety monitors. Reducing funding for part-time positions would result in increased wait times for both in-office and phone services. Overall, these cuts would significantly impact DMV operations and customer service quality, leading to slower processing and reduced availability of services. On page 12 presents the Division of State Police organizational structure. As New Hampshire's state law enforcement, state police oversees highways, toll roads, and interstates, enforcing state laws and ensuring public safety. The division operates 7 troop stations, a marine patrol facility, an aircraft hangar, and provides security at critical locations like the Legislative Office Building, State House, and New Hampshire Hospital Campus. Page 13 details the state police budget request of $123.3 million for fiscal year 26 and $127.1 million for fiscal year 27, with 72% allocated to salary and benefits for 574 classified and 1 unclassified position. 36 positions in fiscal year 26 are unfunded and 16 are unfunded in fiscal year 27. In fiscal year 24, state police made 91,093 motor vehicle stops, arrested 1,233 impaired drivers, and conducted 6,299 criminal investigations. Page 14, a prioritized request of $580,000 is made for additional equipment. The Division of State Police currently has 66 vacant positions, which will be filled as students complete the Police Standards and Training Council Academy. Given the fixed schedule of 3 academy sessions per fiscal year, with an average of 12 students per class, we are allocating funding and filling positions accordingly. This phased approach allows us to align equipment needs within the budget limits effectively. A $2.7 million increase in fiscal year 26 is attributed to an annual contract increases, particularly for the New Hampshire Hospital Security Contract and the upkeep of the digital evidence in-vehicle camera and body camera system. A $2.1 million increase in overtime cost is driven by staffing vacancies, heightened service demand, and rising salary expenses. Equipment costs reflect a decrease of $1.8 million in fiscal year 26 and $1.6 million in fiscal year 27 due to the budget reductions. This translates to cuts of 26 Tahoes and 17 portable radios in fiscal year 26 and 46 Tahoes and 50 portable radios in fiscal year 27. On page 15 introduces the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, responsible for coordinating New Hampshire's response to major natural and human-made disasters. Page 16 details HSEM's budget request of $26.5 million for fiscal year 26 and $26.8 million for fiscal year 27, with 28% allocated to 42 classified and 2 unclassified positions, and 72% towards operating funds, mostly federal grants through FEMA's Homeland Security program. In fiscal year 22, HSEM activated the state's Emergency Operations Center 12 times, facilitated 264 exercises, and approved 44 local hazard mitigation plans. Page 17 outlines 2 unfunded vacant positions identified as prioritized needs to continue to conduct robust number of training and exercises, enhancing capabilities to respond to future emergencies. Page 18 presents the Division of Emergency Services and Communications, which operates the New Hampshire's enhanced 911 system and maintains the state radio network. On page 19, the division's budget request is outlined at $20.1 million for fiscal year 26 and $20.6 million for fiscal year 27, with 74% of these funds dedicated to salaries and benefits for 130 classified employees and 1 unclassified employee. Each fiscal year, 7 positions remained vacant and unfunded. In fiscal year 24, the division processed 434,136 calls, averaging or responding to 531 urgent law enforcement requests, averaging a 99.66% quality assurance rate, completed 123 transfers to the 988 hotline, and managed 1,440 record requests from law enforcement agencies. On page 20, the prioritized needs include securing funding for fully staff 5 vacant telecommunicator positions. These essential responders handle all 911 calls in New Hampshire, acting as the critical coordination point for the state and local agencies during emergencies. Reductions in staffing could delay response times, potentially jeopardizing lives and slower access to patient care and critical life-saving instructions. In addition, funding is requested to fill 2 vacant technical support specialist positions. These roles are crucial to desk capacity to support field communications during unexpected events. Without these positions, desk support to New Hampshire State Police, HSEM, during EOC activations, and direct assistance to the radio chief would be impacted, potentially leading to delayed and outsourced radio repairs and maintenance, resulting in slower response and increased cost. On page 21, move to the Division of Fire Standards and Training and EMS, which is dedicated to training, certifying, and supporting emergency responders in New Hampshire. Page 22 details the division's $11.2 million budget request for fiscal year 26 and $11.5 million for fiscal year 27, with 72% of funds supporting 40 classified and 1 unclassified position. In fiscal year 24, the division enrolled 35,621 students, issued 1,680 certifications, licensed 6,076 EMS providers, and licensed 502 ambulances. Page 23 focuses on the Division of Fire Safety, which aims to prevent deaths and prevent property loss through fire safety education, enforcement, and investigation. Page 24 details the division's budget request of $5.8 million for fiscal year 26 and $5.8 million for fiscal year 27, with 80% dedicated to salaries and benefits for 26 classified and 1 unclassified employee. In fiscal year 24, the division investigated 87 fire incidences, conducted 1,089 safety inspections, and completed 1,112 building plan reviews. A $4 million allocation from the general fund is essential, as the fire fund currently supported by fees from driver history records is underfunded due to a lower than expected revenues following fee increases. To sustain operations and meet statutory obligations, a $4 million transfer from the to the fire fund is requested to maintain existing levels of service to residents and local agencies. This appropriation should be non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 21-P 12-D. In conclusion, we have developed a budget to meet our identified targets while also highlighting areas where additional support is necessary to fulfill statutory requirements. This budget sustains essential public safety services for New Hampshire through fiscal year 2026 and 2027. However, several critical positions remain unfunded due to budget limitations, rising salary and benefits, increased equipment replacement costs, and a growing dependency on IT. Operational costs have also risen due to infrastructure and system requirements. Prioritized needs funding of $4.2 million is crucial to support public safety as our department works to meet the expanding demand for services at all levels. Any future budget cuts will impact service delivery. And this concludes our budget summary for fiscal year 26 and 27, and we're open to questions.
Thank you. I have a question. Over the last, this really focuses on specifically for DMV, but I guess it's a broader question overall. In the last year, I know I've renewed my driver's license, my car registration through my town. I requested a title for my car, and I believe I did it all on my phone. And it all worked great. Have these technological changes that have allowed for simplicity allowed you to reduce costs in other areas, whether it be through personnel costs or other areas? How has that technological changes to make life simpler from the consumer side helped you in reducing budgets in other areas to make up for the increase in IT costs?
So I think the simple answer to that is these improvements going online wherever we can have been going on for a couple of years now. So what we do is we continue to monitor. The answer to that is we monitor customer service in every branch of the DMV, whether it's wait times on calls, how long it takes to issue a title. There are still things and transactions that have to be done by a person. So we continue to monitor that, but the budget that we present today takes into account the services that have been put online prior to this. And we continue to do this as we look forward to our e-title, e-lien program. So we'll continue to look at whatever efficiencies that we gain on the IT area to reduce our personnel costs.
Hi. Couple things. Oh, I was told to not keep this so close to me. I'm too loud. So is there anything, I'm gonna ask a two-part question, right? So the budget has some significant increases, and I think your presentation does a really good job of outlining the impact of all the things you had to cut and would like back, so to speak. If there's anything, let's say the next governor looked at the agency draft and went, yeah, okay, and just kind of went forward with it. Can you think a little bit about if there are anomalies in that you've noticed since the time of the agency draft where, yeah, okay, wouldn't work, and there's something you might want to look at? And then the second part of that is, have you started thinking at all about, so your cut, I'm going to guess it was a 4% general fund cut. What if in the governor's phase of the budget, the direction is make 4 8? And have you had internal discussions? I'm not asking for you to point out things today, but have you had internal discussions about what 8 instead of 4 might look like?
Well, not specifically to that number, but I mean, we have worked very closely with the division directors on this. And as, Amy, I think, stated perfectly, this allows us to maintain. However, more cuts would impact, customer service and safety. And we would have to
have those conversations and look at what not be delivered. Or, I mean, when you look at customer service, it's wait times. So there's customer service on how long it takes to get a registration issued or a title, to get the telephone answered. But then on the public safety side, having adequate resources out there to meet the demands for investigating crimes. And we would have to go back and we would have those conversations and relook at it. But we have not specifically looked at what an additional 4% would do.
Okay. I just was thinking you might end up needing to. I just, second question is about state police. What are your current trooper vacancies? Because they're pretty high, aren't they?
Sure. Yes, sir. So as of this, I think we put 66 in here. There's actually 67. But what I will tell you is, as we prepared this budget, we worked on structuring this and being, I would say, fiscally responsible and understanding what we believe we can hire, knowing, and I believe we plan on potentially 12 per class. And you can only absorb so many into the division at one point. But what we're looking at, we've got 67 vacancies today. We have 10 that are in the pipeline to be hired. We just had a class in November, a test on November 9th, and I believe we have 18 that are in the background process now. So they are working as diligently as possible without lowering their standards.
So you think we might have seen the peak of, we rely a lot on troopers for so many things.
Sure.
Do you think we might have seen the peak of the valley, I guess, of the
Sure. Well,
hiring issues?
Sure. It's not my opinion, but in speaking to the state police, they're seeing more interest in the testing. The quality of candidates is improving, and so we're
optimistic.
We're optimistic, and if they do the best they can, they generally will look at the numbers are pretty consistent. If 88 sign up to take a test, they know how many may actually show up, and out of those, how many go to background will make it through. So they're pretty consistent. When we developed this and we looked at that number 12, we felt consistent that we were going to be, and that was the state police worked very hard on that, looking at the data and working with Director Newbury.
Do you think there's potential for, if we, this isn't something we do in every area, right? But let's say we ended up unfunding some number of positions, just pick a number, and yet hiring was going well. Maybe something we could look at, something like putting language in the budget that would allow, despite those being unfunded, if the recruitment succeeded to a greater extent than we thought possible, some sort of mechanism to, I don't even know what, go to fiscal or something to fill positions.
Right.
Is that something you've experienced in the past?
No, but I think filling these positions is paramount to public safety in New Hampshire. So whether you had to delay it, as long as there was a solution, if we had a good candidate and we had a spot at the police academy and we could get them in there, like I said, we've done that now in this budget. So we've unfunded a certain number of positions. We have 66 vacancies. We unfunded 36 and 26 and 16 and 27. That leaves us 30 to hire. We also know that we lose 1.5 per month. So over the course of a year, we can plan on attrition of being down 18 due to retirements, whatnot. So we're looking at the numbers, and we can tell you what we anticipate hiring and what we've seen and what we will see. So we would obviously work with you and
your attrition numbers are fairly consistent?
I'll let Amy speak to that because she's done a lot of work on this.
We have, we're continuing to look at them, but we looked at the last couple of years, particularly through kind of the lens of when we were reviewing the incentives with ARPA and through recruitment efforts. So I anticipate, well, I'm hopeful that as we've seen like this kind of wave of new folks coming in, that maybe that will go down, but that is what we've been seeing. So we made some assumptions that will continue, but of course, hopefully that would change, but we just went with what we have been seeing.
Just to understand, if 70 come to take the test,
So 70 come to take the written and the physical. Out of those 70, give or take one or two, we've got 18 that have gone to the next level. So
Oh, is that a fairly
Consi-
typical?
It is, yep. But we are getting more applicants, and like I said, in speaking to the colonel and the executive major, they're optimistic that it's starting to turn our way, and whatever we can do to continue to attract people to come here, and we're seeing a lot of candidates come from out of state too. So, and we're getting,
That's good because it's such a great place to live.
I hope that helped.
Okay, yeah, just one follow-up question on that. 2 years ago, when we were talking about it and talking about the unfunded positions, I think we realized that the unfunded positions, especially the state police and police in general, were a national problem that certainly impacted New Hampshire to a significant degree. Now that we've seen sort of the reverse and we've seen people starting to apply more, have you noticed this or have you heard about this also in other states? Or is this just unique to New Hampshire or the Northeast? I mean, are other states similarly seeing an uptick in applications to the police force?
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I don't want to make it we're seeing some improvement, a slight improvement, but I'm not seeing any overwhelming influx. And I know the director of the police academies here, so he can speak to the entire state. But I think there are still significant recruitment and retention issues in the law enforcement community nationally.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? No. Great. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you. And I think, Commissioner, you've already introduced the next presenter, Police Standards and Training. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is John Skippa, and I am the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training. Our mission is to shape, strengthen, and sustain the competency and professionalism of New Hampshire law enforcement in service to our state. The Police Standards and Training Council regulates the hiring, educational, and certification standards for all police, state corrections, and probation parole officers in New Hampshire. We operate the New Hampshire Police Academy, which all municipal police, county sheriff deputies, state troopers, conservation officers, liquor investigators, and all other full-time law enforcement officers must attend to become certified as a full-time police officer in this state. We also operate the part-time officer basic training class that all part-time police officers must complete to obtain their part-time officer certification, as well as the New Hampshire Corrections Academy that all state corrections officers attend to obtain their corrections officer certification. Finally, we have also developed and prepared to deliver the Court Security Officer Basic Academy that all court security officers of the Administrative Office of the Courts will attend at the direction of the Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court. This academy is also available to the legislative court security officers, as well as other state-employed security officers that protect the various state buildings. We also provide specialized, advanced, and in-service refresher training at our facility in Concord and regionally around the state to assist officers in completing the annual requirements to maintain their certification. As part of our responsibility for regulating over 4,000 certified officers in our state, we convene and rule on disciplinary hearings that may suspend or revoke the certification of officers that have violated council rules or committed a crime or an act of moral turpitude. We are an independent executive branch agency governed by a 17-member Police Standards and Training Council. We are not affiliated with any law enforcement or prosecutorial agency, thereby avoiding potential conflicts of interest with our regulatory function and decertification duties. We provide services with 28 full-time and 11 part-time positions, which includes sworn staff, administrative, and maintenance employees. Our staff is assisted by adjunct instructors, most of whom are unpaid volunteers and a small number of contracted instructors. We operate a 77,000 square foot training facility located on 20.87 acres of grounds across from New Hampshire Technical Institute, Concord's Community College. With regard to Form E, necessary statutes or rule changes, we are requesting necessary changes to several statutes within Chapter 106. We are requesting a clarification in the definition of police misconduct. We are requesting a change that would authorize the appointment of a temporary member to the Conduct Review Committee. We are requesting a change to clarify the requirements for reporting an allegation of police misconduct. We are requesting statutory language be added that establishes the Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission in statute as it was created pursuant to Executive Order 2022-06. And we are requesting the ability to allow law enforcement training specialists to be detailed to outside law enforcement agencies during a time of need and to bill for those services. This last request does need to be added to our full budget request document to include the proposed language changes. With regard to the efficiency budget request, the Department of Administrative Services provided police standards and training with target allocations from the governor's office of $6,368,138 in fiscal year 26 and the same target allocation in fiscal year 27. Our submitted efficiency budget requests meets those requirements. Our adjusted authorized budget for fiscal year 25 is currently $6,805,527. Our fiscal year 26 efficiency request of $6,368,138 represents a 0.94% decrease below the fiscal year 25 adjusted authorized budget, which is a $437,389 reduction in our operating budget. Our fiscal year 27 efficiency request of $6,368,138 represents a 0% increase from FY26 as requested. With regard to new programs, it is important to note that Police Standards and Training has taken on a number of new responsibilities in the last budget cycle. These new responsibilities are the result of 2022 legislation through administrative rule changes based on recommendations made by the Governor's Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency Commission, and through realignment of responsibilities between state agencies. SB 376-FN 2022 session assigned Police Standards and Training with providing crisis intervention training to New Hampshire law enforcement officers with the target of having at least one officer from every law enforcement agency in the state trained. Executive Order 2022-06 assigned Police Standards and Training with the responsibility of overseeing the statewide accreditation program for law enforcement agencies. This program is funded presently by a DOJ grant, and we do have a small general fund operating budget to support that. House Bill 1682-FN-A 2022 session established the Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee under Police Standards and Training. This committee is responsible for overseeing and reviewing all investigations regarding allegations of police misconduct as defined in statute. SB 130-FN 2023 session assigned the responsibility at the request of Chief Justice of the New Hampshire Supreme Court to develop a court security officer training and certification program to provide for the education, training, and certification of court security officers. Through Executive Order 2020-19, Administrative Rule POL 403.01 has been amended to increase the number of annual in-service training hours for all certified law enforcement officers as a condition of continued certification from 8 hours annually, increasing incrementally to 24 hours of annual training by 2025. With regard to additional prioritized needs requests, Our prioritized needs request for fiscal year '26 includes one full-time position of a law enforcement training specialist, one to assist with court security officer and general court security officer training programs. Also, DOIT has requested an additional $68 in fiscal year '26 and $37 in fiscal year '27 for shared cost increases in support costs. In summary, our proposed fiscal year '26-27 budget reflects compliance with target allocations set forth by the governor's office while attempting to appropriately resource our current obligations of providing contemporary recruit training to newly hired officers, creating and delivering in-service training, regulating and monitoring compliance with professional standards, as well as preparing to meet the number of new obligations as outlined above. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we stand ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, Senator Gray?
You listed several changes in legislation. Have you contacted any legislator to get that done, or do you expect those to be in HB2?
Those,
I can tell you my preference is that someone, near and dear to the representative's heart here next to me would be the one that you would contact so that it can be considered when they consider House Bill 1 and 2.
thank you, Senator Gray, for that question. Those new programs, as they came to us with some type of support in the way of personnel and/or funding as the challenges came to us. We're still kind of flying the airplane and building it at the same time. And at this point, we don't anticipate that we would need any additional funding other than the request for the prioritized need of that extra training specialist.
And if an RSA needs to be changed, I would rather not do that in House Bill 2, especially if it doesn't directly affect the funding. And that is why I would send you to a certain individual or a person of his choosing to assist you in getting that legislation drafted. Because the time period for drafting legislation, especially in the House, is very precious.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Understood.
My question is, in the presentation before us, Department of Safety would like to hire 60 some odd state troopers. I'm sure we're going to hear from the presentation that follows you that there are a lot of corrections officers that are going to want to be hired as well. So my question is, if Department of Safety and Department of Corrections can find those people, does this $6.3 million budget request of yours sufficient enough to be able to train those extra people?
I believe that we could do it, sir, given the numbers that we just presented. It'll be tough, but we'll do it.
I asked this before of somebody. Have you thought about if two things? It does sound to me like if the incoming governor says, yeah, this is good, we'll go with it. There's nothing weird in that. And the second piece is leaving aside whether we should give you $37 for DYT. It just seems like a lot. If things work out the way they look like they might work out, and you had to make additional reductions below what you've made, have you started thinking about that? Started is all I'm asking.
Yeah, I started about 10 minutes ago when you asked the Commissioner of Safety. No, we actually we have discussed that, and candidly, we would have to re-examine some of the deliverables that we presently deliver, and that will impact negatively training of law enforcement personnel for the state of New Hampshire.
What's your rough throughput on training in a given year? Like how many people do you, I don't know, graduate, I think is the right word?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. We on average, will graduate about 200 full-time law enforcement officers. Those people are completing a 16-week basic academy for full-time certification. On top of that, and I think these numbers are a little, I don't know that they're accurate. Historically, we've seen some pretty small classes with the Department of Corrections, although the sitting class that's getting ready to graduate in a couple of weeks, we do have a pretty good size academy for that Corrections Academy. We historically would have pretty large part-time academies as well. And we are not seeing the numbers at all for part-time applicants, quite frankly. I think it's important.
Why?
Well,
I mean, guessing, I don't.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I think it's important to recognize kind of the dynamic that happened about 2.5 years ago when police reform hit. We were met with two problems. The first problem was the retention problem. There was a lot of people in our business that decided to leave early. On top of that, we had a recruitment problem because people who maybe thought about law enforcement as a career decided against it. And because those two things happened at the same time, it created a pretty significant problem where we had to fill the ranks of people who just left. Plus, the selection pool became very shallow. And over the course of the last 2.5 years, in an effort to make sure that anybody who we could hire to get them back to their home agency, through permission of the council, we were running overlapping police academies, much like they do in the military, where they'll start a class and then within, halfway through that session, we'll start another class. And that was just to try to stay on pace to get those recruit officers back to their home agency. To Commissioner Quinn's point, I don't know that we're seeing a real steady, hard rise in interest in law enforcement. We are seeing a bit of an uptick. We've also kind of put out the fire to fill, not all, but some of those people who left early. We were able to fill those spots. So things are starting to maybe be less urgent when we talk to local and state law enforcement agencies, where the real widespread hemorrhaging has stopped, but we are still slowly building those ranks while maintaining the standards that New Hampshire law enforcement holds themselves to.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'd like to invite up the Department of Corrections. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, everyone. My what if they asked me that question piles, especially Commissioner Arlinghouse. For the record, my name is Helen Hanks. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. It is with great pleasure that I present a budget before this esteemed committee that meets the targets as presented. I think it is creative to meet those targets, while also ensuring we continue to make progress in our correctional law enforcement ranks. To my right is Director of Administration for our department, Lisa Stone. I'm going to start on page 1. The mission of the Department of Corrections is to reduce recidivism by providing safe, secure, and humane supervision and evidence-based rehabilitation to enhance public safety in the state of New Hampshire. You're going to find at the end of this packet, we've added additional resources. That mission statement is profound in that our goal to reduce recidivism is being achieved. Starting in 2020, we started to see a marked decrease in the returns to incarceration. In 2018, our return rate was as high as 48%. In 2020, we've reduced that to 40%. And as we continue to look at those released in the first 12 months post-release, which is that critical point where we see people return to incarceration. In 2020, we saw 291 people return into our care and custody, either through parole violations primarily or other forms of return. Then in 2021, we saw 256. And then in 2022, we saw 251. Those are good progressive numbers. You're also going to see a roadmap with regard to the things that we've engaged in on evidence-based rehabilitation to help build stronger people. We are very firm in our charge to be part of the restorative justice system. We can arrest, we can have our judiciary sentence, but if our correctional department cannot provide that confinement and rehabilitation, then our justice system in New Hampshire will not succeed. The Department of Corrections was created in July of 1983. I've listed our statutory charges. I will let you read those on your own accord, but today we have 1,989 individuals incarcerated in our correctional facilities. Those on probation and parole, we have 4,608. With regards to supporting victims of felony level crime, we support 6,300 individuals impacted by crime in New Hampshire, felony level crime. Turning to page 2, I found it very important to talk about both our challenges and our accomplishments. It is important to understand this department, as I've testified to before, had a very significant loss of staff post the COVID pandemic. And as I've testified and spoken to, those staff who deserved to retire after a pandemic and the adjustments in which we had to operate deserved that retirement. So we have spent the last several years making up the difference with regard to recruitment and retention and bringing on new members to support that gap in law enforcement primarily, but it affected the other ranks of our agency. With that stated, prior to the pandemic, the U.S. Department of Labor had already forecasted a marked decrease of 7% in the corrections profession across the country. And so I, as part of the Correctional Leaders Association, have worked with my colleagues across the country to both tell people what corrections is and is not, and I'll get into some of those strategies a little later in the presentation. We have appreciated the support of ARPA dollars to incentivize coming on and becoming a correctional law enforcement member of the state of New Hampshire with our $10,000 recruitment incentive. That has been a motivator for people to choose correctional law enforcement over other ranks of law enforcement in the state. We've really seen a marked gain, and you'll see some numbers again in the back of the packet associated with that. We continue to be challenged with the aged infrastructure at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. The infrastructure is a recruitment and retention challenge. Individuals certainly appreciate the infrastructure at the New Hampshire Correctional Facility for Women, and even our Northern New Hampshire Correctional Facility is designed and better equipped to support staff as well as those incarcerated there. We've continued to implement because we're cognizant that working in corrections can be a challenge. It can result in post-traumatic stress disorder and other issues with regard to what you encounter, the 24-hour stress and pressure of not knowing what's going to happen when you look into a cell or search a cell or things of that matter. Our neighbors to the south, Massachusetts, had a recent significant assault on an officer who was stabbed repeatedly. Those things happen. They happen across the country in our neighboring states, and we work every day to prevent that from happening in our correctional environment when we're not naive that it could. So we want to build employee wellness programs to help continue to develop the resiliency and strength of our staff. We've increased the amount of substance use disorder treatment, and I know this is a budget meeting, but all of the things that fund these activities are critical in our mission forward, including for people who return on a parole violation. They're directly linked to substance use disorder and return to criminogenic behavior. So we have to have multiple paths for people once they're assessed for treatment during our incarceration. And right now we had one primary path, which was a modified therapeutic community, but we've created a targeted parole violation program if they assess to that level to participate that and to revive those skills they had previously generally learned through their treatment service. critical to keep our corrections officers in the facilities, both for safety reasons, but to use their skill set in primary posts. Our medical forensics team have even implemented Cologuard. If you're a person of that age, I want you to know there's an option to have that experience at home instead of going and having a colonoscopy. And we in corrections have finally gotten there into some modern medicine, and it is important because it reduces the use of corrections officer in transportation, and we can fill those unfilled posts better at the correctional facilities. We continue to align our NHDOC formulary to the Medicaid formulary. That's both important for affordability and continuity of care, but also to try to reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals that are charged against the general fund. We have been privileged to be granted a waiver from the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, referred to as an 1115A waiver. That becomes really important because as I lean into the budget as we move forward, the CMS will fund and pay for a 30-day supply of medications. At this time, the department, the general fund, pays for at least 14 days supplies of those medications. So we'll be able to defer those costs, but as well as increase the continuity of care upon release. We've updated our dental operatory suites. I want to thank NHTI for that because they donated to us 4 dental operative chairs that did not have to come from the general fund, and we've been able to install those. We've collaborated with partners like White Mountains Community College to really implement the Second Chance Pell Grant and help people, again, with evidence-based rehabilitation and education become stronger citizens and more employable. And we're also working with NHTI to move forward. We have actively right now 23 students in that program, and White Mountains is offering a business associate's degree and a liberal arts degree. We've expanded a Choose Love Social Emotional Learning program. The founder, Scarlett Lewis, lost her son in the Sandy Hook massacre and said, enough's enough. We're going to do something about changing the way in which people resort to violence. And this program helps teach people fundamentals around gratitude and courage and heroic action and compassion, fundamental elements that some of us did not have the privilege to understand in our youth, and we need to continue to move people forward to make nonviolent decisions in their actions. This has been well received, has demonstrated a decrease in violence for those that have participated in our correctional environments, and we've deployed it across the 3 primary correctional facilities. We've participated in the New England Commission on the Future of Higher Education in Prisons, and that report has been published, and we continue to strive because providing education and vocational opportunities is statistically demonstrated one of the strongest impacts in reducing people's return to incarceration. So you're going to see us finding multiple lines of effort that we want to reduce returns to incarceration because it costs the state of New Hampshire and it costs our communities those adverse outcomes of crime. After the passage of Senate Bill 376, and I want to thank all the Senate sponsors for that action, the Corrections Education and Vocational Planning Group was formed, and we're starting down that road to continue to advance those opportunities around education and post-secondary efforts within our correctional environment. We've implemented several initiatives, interestingly enough, at our transitional housing units, including a cell phone program. It sounds strange, but it's really not. It both affords us GPS tracking tools for individuals, but also acclimates people back to technology. It helps to create a connectedness to their provider, and telehealth and other tele-resources can happen on that telephonic device. And I spoke about the 1115A waiver. That waiver is also going to provide 2 provider contacts prior to release, as well as 2 peer-to-peer contacts. Nationally, the research has demonstrated reinforcing connectivity to healthcare and your treatment provider and experiencing that provider before you release shows that you're more likely to continue to go to get those services. We know in looking at parole violations in the state of New Hampshire, one of the most connected things we can do is to continue the work that is expended through the general fund on helping people engage in treatment, continue post-release. And so with that, we're also implementing telehealth booths so that community provider doesn't have to drive to a correctional facility, but we can normalize that interaction through telehealth. On page 4, yes, finally those numbers are surfacing and explains all those challenges and strengths the department has been moving forward. You'll see that we are primarily a personnel-driven organization, and that is the driving cost. Our prescription drug costs has also been a driver, as well as our medical payments to providers. Understanding that we have major initiatives moving forward, the 1115A waiver will start January 1st of 2025. And so with that, we're taking a cautionary approach in reducing that line to meet the governor's target, as well as our prescription drug line. In addition to, those are the two primary reductions. It's moving forward, and you can see all these very large numbers on page 3. Moving to page 5, I really dive into those personnel lines. I want you to know that our current fill rate for all positions is approximately 77%. We've had a marked decrease, specifically identifying corrections officers in that rank, because that is the primary rank of that we use across multiple locations. It was as high as 50% in January of 2024. It has now dropped to 44%. That's an excellent decrease. We, on the other hand, have approximately over 170 corrections officer positions in which we are recruiting and filling and trying to accomplish that every day, and like to see that continue to go down. So with that stated, our strategy with regard to the budget, because I don't want to overlook the previous page, was to change in the way in which we manage requests for overtime expenditures. No, I do not think we'll only need $2,100 or $2,100 in 2026 and 2027. But to ensure the morale of our staff, we really do not want to unfund vacant positions. We want to continue to recruit. It has been an effective strategy. And in the absence of filling those positions, continue to ask for the footnote to transfer those funds to the overtime line. You'll see another ask different this year, this biennium budget, that if that initiative is not successful in covering those costs, then we would shepherd a request to the fiscal committee for an additional appropriation, followed by a request and approval through governor and executive council. On page 6 is a demonstration of the historical overtime costs. And you'll see different in this slide, we've actually put the number of hours associated with that overtime cost. You'll see in 2023 versus 2024, the cost of overtime costs more. It simply does. Our agency had been had a significantly lower starting wage as starting correctional law enforcement than any other branch of law enforcement. And with the support of the legislature after the reallocation, we're in a much more equitable, competitive place. But in addition to the bargaining outcomes of double overtime and the 10% and the 12%, overtime costs more, base wages cost more for all state employees. But the primary driver is lifting that wage and continuing to try to fill those vacant positions. We've had a lot of staffing strategies. All our corrections officers, when they leave in good standing, we ask them to come back and continue to work part-time. But new over the last couple of years, for individuals who either physically can't continue to meet the law enforcement standard in New Hampshire, we've created a correctional line support position that we refer to as our per diem relief pool. And so those individuals can come back and fill non-armed security posts and help ensure that someone doesn't have to get forced that day. And this per diem relief pool comes out of our part-time class line rather than our regular personnel lines of overtime, and has been a really wonderful, truly relief pool for our corrections officers and getting initiatives moving forward while continuing to recruit. We've also taken our Group 2 correctional line personnel, and if they want to, they can go through the Corrections Academy and be duly certified. And after their regular full-time duty post, they can choose to pick up overtime posts, and some do. That's on a voluntary basis. And it works in reverse as well. Our certified corrections officers, if they change into a Group 2 correctional line personnel position, they can maintain their certification under Police Standards and Training Council standards and also work all forms of certified corrections officer posts within our department. So there's a lot of good supportive interactivity with the Department of Corrections employees, and it has been a success for us. In addition to all general Department of Corrections employees, once they go through a certain set of training and skill acquisition demonstration, they can also work non-armed control room posts and some limited support posts that are transitional housing units, as well as when we have somebody in crisis and they're in an observation room, they can sit on that one-to-one post. So we've tried to maximize a lot of the skill sets we have in corrections as we teach our staff to participate and be a member of our department, that we're one team and we're gonna get through this together, and we're gonna continue to move forward. On page 7, it's important to show you what we've been doing and trending. You'll see the spike in 2022 post the pandemic. You'll see us starting to make strides in 2023 and continue to do so in 2024. I love it when the dark blue bar is higher than the other two. And we have right now, as of today, 27 correction officer trainees in the Corrections Academy, and we have between 24 and 30 prepared to go to another Corrections Officer Academy. So we're headed in a much better direction than we've ever seen as a department. We've never had a solid, consistent effort on recruitment and retention, which has been interesting to me in my career, and started to pilot some initiatives that I have found to be successful. So we now have 3 dedicated recruitment and retention sergeants, as well as 2 recruitment and retention committees driven by our staff, 1 Southern team and 1 Northern team. It really is important as an organization that everyone is involved in the retention of each other. I like to affirm for my staff, I don't work side by side every day with all of you. We work side by side with each other, and how we interact with one another and how we engage, how we think about where we work becomes critically important to retaining staff. So on this page, we describe in detail initiatives that we've engaged in, including employee development. Our department has not had a strong employee development, meaning leadership program. So we've partnered both with entities within the state, Granite State Police Career Counseling, as well as we've really tapped into what's referred to as our Northeast Correctional Leaders Association. As correctional leaders in the Northeast, we came together and said, why are we trying to accomplish all this by ourselves? So we've started to regionalize some leadership training specific in corrections and other forms of training, and really try to maximize the use of all of our leaders in training and employee development to bring together the Northeast correctional professionals to help the employee development path across the region. In addition to, I talked to you about the post-traumatic stress disorder and other things that have been founded in research about those that work in corrections. And I want to thank the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs for affording us around $86,000 to contract with NAMI New Hampshire to do work around crisis intervention training that has been tailored to the correctional environment, talking about trauma and resiliency, as well as other mental health topics that are both important to our staff, but also to those that we serve, and we are trying to engage in change so that we restore them to New Hampshire communities. Most of those 1,989 people incarcerated today, 90% of them will hit a minimum parole date and will parole to our community. We want them to parole successfully and be successful members of our society. On page 8, I continue to demonstrate the work we're doing around recruiting strategies. We've been to 90 career fairs, 32 classroom talks, 33 community events, and 47 colleges and high school tours. We continue to offer a program at Groveton High School and Berlin High School, teaching young people about what being a corrections professional is for all layers of the organization. And these efforts are because we acknowledge that our overtime expenditure is a major hit on the general fund budget, and we want to resolve that and continue to make strides to reduce that impact on the state budget. We really have a strong social media presence. We want to give accolades to the things that we do on rehabilitation, and we really want to put out the good work that our staff are doing as individuals in a corrections department. We went as far as renting a billboard on I-93. I did not see any of you apply, so I did not continue to renew that billboard, but we still tried. We really have been involved with our communities that our facilities reside in, working with Berlin PD and having a national night out in Berlin, and really want to show that we're community members. With that stated, the city of Concord has a wonderful holiday parade, and the department for the 3rd year, not in a row because last year's was canceled, will be in that parade. I hope to see you there to throw you some candy. On page 9, the other major impact our budget has to the state is our medical service. And so here you'll see the percentage and the amount that we've allocated for those. And as I stated to you, why we reduced them. It's not exactly a science, but it's an understanding that we're going to see a reduction through the work on the 1115A waiver. We would continue to ask for the footnote we've had in the past, which is for reasons within the delivery of medical care, both pharmaceutical and medical care, that if we did not have enough monies, that we would go before state fiscal and then governor and executive council to continue to provide the constitutionally appropriate care we're required to deliver. What is of important note and different, we did make a purposeful marked decrease of $1.39 million out of our medical budget. in FY26 and 1.46 in FY27. That represents contracted money that we contract for the office, is referred to as the Office of Forensic Examiners. We reduced it not because we don't think the state needs the service, but we, the Department of Corrections, are not charged under the statute which references competency to deliver that service. That has sat with the department since the 1980s, when the secure psychiatric unit was transferred under the department's responsibility, and with it came criminal competency evaluations. Criminal competency evaluations is a pre-sentencing, pre-adjudication service provided to the judiciary. It is a service that used to be 300 competency evaluations a year that has gone up to almost 890 competency evaluations a year. And that's not a count of the number of referrals, but the number of evaluations completed. I would advise that this area of service be considered to be funded either through the judiciary or New Hampshire Hospital. That section, New Hampshire RSA 135, is entitled New Hampshire Hospital and quote, insane persons. It is not entitled the state prison. So I want to point that out specifically. As we continue on page 10, these are the other operational costs. Each represent more than $1 million in our critical areas of service, obviously food and current expense. Over 5,700 meals are served daily, meeting religious and dietary needs. I'm not sure how they do it, but I do see it and took a picture of it just yesterday morning when I was walking the institutions to ask exactly what we had served that day. But we do have a full-time dietitian who looks at the meals, makes sure they meet dietary services, and that the quality of the food is such that individuals find it palatable and digestible. As we move forward on page 11, the utilities, given the history of the department and also learning the opportunities available, we would ask for a continued footnote that if these costs that are not controlled by the department did not meet these targets, we could come back and ask for additional appropriations. The New Hampshire State Prison for Men is far from an economical resource when it comes to utilities, electricity, and water. So we just don't want any surprises to the state. Our Office of Information Technology expenses, these represent the shared costs and work we've been doing both to create technological efficiency with a decreased workforce. So things such as improving our offender management system, increasing the use of technologies to do rounds. We've contracted with a partner called Guardian RFID. It literally is interesting technology in which we don't have to do paper rounds to count the individuals. It's important to know you have everybody who's supposed to be in your care and custody multiple times today. That's to assure we don't have any escapes, but we don't need to continue to do that on paper. So we're moving forward with technology as a tool. And those are some samples of the resources, as well as Fusus technology, which is surveillance technology, so we can really see from multiple different areas what is going on in our institution and provide the appropriate visual protections to our staff and those in our care and custody. On page 12, these are our additional prioritized needs. I have to pay Commissioner Arlinghouse additional monies for rent, so I want to make sure that's in the budget, but not significantly a lot. That's literally, and then Office of Information Technology are our additional prioritized needs. On page 13 is a more detailed demonstration of a high-level overview of our budget. In FY26, we reduced it by approximately 4%, and then in FY27, approximately 1.5%, with the permission granted that the personnel costs that were bargained equated to a reasonable place for the department to continue. So you'll see some increases both in our class 27, and those are to take over the technology contracts. It's about just under $500,000 to create efficiencies for our staff, in addition to the reductions in both our medical and pharmaceutical lines as the primary areas in which we've reduced. So at this time, the following pages, again, are areas of information that I think are important to talk about the department, and I'll let you look at those at your leisure. With that, happy to answer any questions. Except for Commissioner Arlinghouse's, because I cannot reduce this by 8%.
Commissioner, the large project we've been talking about for the last few years is the men's prison. As you mentioned, that the current men's prison is aging and needs to be replaced. The legislature, I believe, has appropriated approximately $50 million, $10 million through the last budget, and then $40 million through the last session. Realistically, assuming the remaining funding comes on a scheduled basis, or a schedule that you would agree with, what are we looking at as far as time and when that prison can come online? What's the earliest? I mean, are we looking at 5 years, 10 years? Where does it sort of fit?
Thank you for that question. That is the question that was asked during the testimony. I'd like to thank Senator Gray and other co-sponsors for that $40 million to add to the 10 that was appropriated before. That's a critical foundational amount of money so that we can get to bid spec documents to put those out so that the state of New Hampshire understands whether it's $550 million or some other. Maybe the economy changes and that number goes down. Your question about how long will it take, is it to move into a fully constructed building? It is anywhere between 5 and 10 years. As I've testified to before, we've moved forward on that 10 million appropriation. We're working on a request for proposal for the $40 million, plus we're also working to get that bonded and into our budget post the end of the last legislative session. So with that stated, if we continue a good track and inertia on the getting the information, working with those vendors, by the time we're building the next budget, we should be able to have a number to place there and then move forward with construction. And that construction will take anywhere between that moment, 5 to 10 years, depending on who we get for a construction partner. Thank you.
I bet you nickel is closer to 10.
I'm being optimistic and cautious at the same time.
Just saying. Last thing I need is people going, why are you so late? I have a couple of questions. One is just a couple of observations. I will resist asking you if you've already begun discussions at home about reducing this to more like 8 than 4 or 10. Because you've sort of answered that already.
We would mission failure at that point.
Yes, I do understand that. One of the things I think is going to be helpful for the next governor's budget team is to know what in the agency budget is problematic in the sense that it was part of an exercise to reach the target. But in looking at it, you think, ooh, that was an issue that might become a problem. So you might start thinking about that. There are only 2 other things I want to mention, and some of this goes for almost anybody listening, but the one is, in the past, one of the things that we've occasionally done is allowed agencies to go to fiscal. If this or that falls short, and they can go to fiscal and ask them for money, like fiscal's a giant piggy bank. And it's worked because for the last 8 or 10 years, fiscal has been a giant piggy bank with lots of pennies inside their little pig, so to speak. And we're about to enter a time when there's no money in the pig. And I want to say that to agencies with caution, because just because you can go to fiscal doesn't mean they can give you money if they don't have any. And so in the back of our minds, we think about this all the time with like utilities. Like we don't want to under budget utilities because we can't just go get more money if there isn't any. So that's one thing out there. The second thing is, I think you're very well aware of some of the oddities the state budget does with how we pay for salaries and benefits at corrections. And in past years, we have artificially impoverished Class 10 to allow a multi-million-dollar hit on the salary and benefit adjustment fund by transferring the money out to overtime and then paying for that. And that ends up accidentally giving you a few $1 million more money that wasn't budgeted in that respect. And I'm not saying it's the wrong choice because people had to get paid. But we're also entering a time period where if there's not money in the salary adjustment fund, you can't have it. And I want to hit you with that now, because if everyone gets rid of all their vacancies, as is likely to happen in the current budget, the salary adjustment fund will have like $8 in it, which would be enough to pay for the prioritized need for police standards, but not much else. So those are 2 cautions just out there.
Well, Commissioner Hollinghouse, I appreciate that, especially the last sentiment. as I don't sit on employee bargaining, and through the process, the bargained raises associated with overtime and shift differential in my agency were not included in any additional appropriation. We were not able to absorb those. And at one point, somebody said to me, then just don't provide them. So I don't have the option of not providing them.
Sure.
So I appreciated your support in ensuring that those bargained outcomes happened within our department.
No, it's good. I just, I want everyone listening to know that the runway's narrower than it used to be. And not everybody always gets that. I have two more legitimate questions for you.
Okay.
One is collections.
Yes.
I'm looking across agencies to see if there are functions that multiple agencies have that we can find efficiencies for to save multiple people money. And I think there are 4 or 5 different agencies that have a collections bureau of some kind within them. Can you talk to me a little bit about, and maybe you don't know this off the top of your head, I wouldn't expect you to, but collections?
Certainly. We have a statutory charge to collect the court fines, restitutions, and in addition to if individuals in our care and custody destroyed state property and incur financial obligations, we have a statutory responsibility to collect that in perpetuity. We collect approximately $2 million through roughly 5 full-time employees who are also funded through their collection efforts. With that stated, there's approximately over $10 million in fines, fees that are left uncollected, but this group does the best that they can in seeking those collection funds by law.
Some of the uncollected is not because of staffing issues, but ability to pay?
So the
Like somebody can pay like $20 a month for like 18 years?
they can exactly. So anything like that to individuals who walk out and write a check for $18,000 and clear their I'll call it justice obligation off the record.
Would you be interested in exploring, maybe through the DOJ Collections Bureau, some sort of efficiencies with other agencies?
I'm always excited about efficiency, sir.
I knew you were. I thought that was an easy thing. The other thing is I read your very colorful charts and graphs, which I found very interesting.
Thank you.
Recidivism.
Yes.
So I don't know which page this is. It says page 2 at the bottom, but it's about 25 pages in, under focus unit.
That particular program?
Well, so I'm looking at this, and recidivism rates, total release 1015, and about 380 of them came back, which suggests a general recidivism rate of about 38%. But then the program, it's 40%. So it feels like the program isn't dramatically successful, or are you targeting, I'm very interested in recidivism broadly.
Certainly. So in comparing, I don't know if you're looking at this slide.
I'm looking at, hang on.
Yep.
This slide.
So that is a very specific targeted review of individuals who are at high risk to return to incarceration, who absence this program were coming back at a rate of 48%. And so through this program, we've seen a reduction in around their substance use disorder of 40%. So if they take the program, they're more likely to stay in the community. If they do not take the program, they're more likely to return.
And your broad recidivism, though, is closer to like 35, 38% in that range?
No, I don't know where that number came from, but if you look at the road to reducing recidivism, you'll actually see it broken down by biological gender. And it shouldn't be a surprise that females' recidivism rate in 2020 went down to 30%. When you average the two, it's an overall of 41, and it's even down lower now. But that number, in comparison to 2018, when the women moved into the New Hampshire Correctional Facility for Women, the infrastructure had a difference in addition to the rehabilitative programming.
Oh, it went down dramatically.
Dramatically. In addition to, we, through the use of state opioid response dollars, implemented reentry care coordinators. As I started my testimony and talked about the criticality of the first 12 months, During that 12 months, that reentry care coordinator voluntarily worked with individuals with opioid use disorder and other drug use disorders to help in a barrier removal navigation system. And it showed a decline in their return to incarceration. So the governor in his last budget and the legislature supported transitioning those from grant dollars to state employees, and it continues to have strong effectiveness with those with substance use disorder.
And it looks like total population of the, I'm going to focus on men because it looks like mostly men get locked up. I don't know what that says about us. The dramatic reductions, 26% in the last 7 or 8 years and like 100 before that. And I imagine that goes back to, I don't know when we peaked and started coming down, but we've been coming down a lot. Why?
Yeah, we peaked in 2010 and 2011, somewhere around 2,700 individuals were incarcerated. The marked decline in incarceration is state judiciary's implementation of specialty courts, and I'm really glad you brought that question up. So as those came online and we increased the use of drug courts across the state, and now we're seeing a marked increase in mental health courts, we started to see more diversion to the use of probation rather than incarceration, and we started to see more successes even for those on parole who are in drug court. The legislature passed a veterans court bill, but was passed without additional probation and parole officers to participate in that piece of legislation. And the judiciary is working through a mental health court grant expansion, and we don't have additional probation and parole officers to provide that resource. So what this shows is diversional courts make a difference. And also, in addition to this layering, the implementation of the doorway and other treatment expansion in our New Hampshire communities, as if there's no bad door to walk through for treatment in our state, that all has made a marked difference for people's sustainability in New Hampshire communities.
Do you think you'll see that continue?
If the infrastructure for the doorways and the hub and spoke model continue and the diversion courts continue, I would expect this to either stabilize at the number it is now, but I say that cautiously because any change in sentencing law that would increase terms of incarceration will get us closer to what we were experiencing in 2010 and 2011.
If you're aware of models across the country, I imagine you talk to people in other states that ought to be brought to the attention of budget writers.
Mm-hmm.
It would be good to know. I just say that because prison reform is probably the biggest budget thing that you could do rather than finding pennies here and there.
It's true. And again, with the legislature's support of things like earned time credit during incarceration and learning from those opportunities, we could look at similar actions for people on probation to reduce terms of probation when people are complying. And again, last session or the session before, the legislature supported an adjustment and a reduction of maximum law, which affords a more framed opportunity for probation parole officers to understand the legislature's path for considering before the adult parole board of who the right person is to consider taking off that caseload. So as we look at trying not to incarcerate people, we also need to take a measured look at how long should somebody be on supervision in the community and really use those resources to maximize high-risk individuals.
Okay, thanks. I'll shut up now.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
I'd like to call up the Adult Parole Board for their testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Phillips, and I'm chairperson of the Adult Parole Board. And with me today is Jay Mackey, who's our Director of Programming. I'm getting a little bit hoarse and a little bit laryngitis. I presided at meetings all morning long, including 2 contested hearings. So we're going to, Jay and I prepared our page and a half narrative together, and he will outline what the parole, because we have a rather small budget as compared to the Department of Corrections, but a very substantial function in paroling people who deserve parole, and for those who violate the law or the terms of parole, who are brought back in for some period of time. So I'll turn it over to Jay Mackey, and we'll begin our presentation.
Good afternoon. The New Hampshire Adult Parole Board is comprised of 5 board members, being the chairperson, vice chairperson, and 3 board members. Currently, there are 6 office staff that provide support for the parole board, with me included. We are a small agency that is administratively attached to the New Hampshire Department of Corrections for budgeting and clerical support by statute. In order to meet the target number for this budget, we had to cut a full-time support office staff position. We are planning to request for this position to be reinstated and funded in House Bill 2. In pages 1 and 2 of the handout, we do have copies of our organizational chart. The current one right here is page 1, and the proposed one with that position removed is on page 2. The New Hampshire Adult Parole Board was audited in 2019. There were many areas that needed improvement. The audit described the parole board office as being staffed by personnel who are overwhelmed and unable to effectively manage their rapidly increasing workload. Due to the audit recommendations, a new position in 2020 was approved to be added to the parole board office staff. If we are unable to maintain the current staffing levels, we risk failing to comply with the 2019 LBA audit recommendations. Another area in need of improvement was the amount of information provided to the parole board hearing panel. The audit found that many of these parole packets submitted to the hearing panel were incomplete and at times inaccurate. The parole board worked with the Department of Corrections to provide more information to the board for proper decision-making. Prior to the LBA audit, the size of a parole packet would range from 30 to 50 pages. The most recent parole hearings we had last week, they averaged 90 to 100 digital pages. Parole board office staff are responsible for compiling the information received from Department of Corrections staff, in addition to gathering the documents that are available in the DOC's offender management system. Losing a staff member in the office can directly impact the ability to continue to provide the hearing panel with the most recent, complete, and accurate information to make a decision. In addition to cutting a full-time office position, we have also decreased our request in the areas of organizational dues, in-state travel expenses, and OIT monies. We have requested increases in interpreter services, out-of-state travel, and telecommunications. The increase in interpreter services is due to us already exceeding the budgeted amount in the current fiscal year. We're probably going to at least double it for this fiscal year. The slight increase in telecommunications is to meet the expected cost of replacing or expanding the communication equipment the board currently has. We are requesting an increase in the out-of-state travel budget from $4,000 to $10,000. Another recommendation from the 2019 audit was for the parole board to implement a weighted decision-making process for parole hearings. The board is currently in the process of adopting the Structured Decision-Making Framework Model, SDMF is called. This model was originally adopted by the Parole Board of Canada and has since been implemented in approximately 14 states. An article describing this model is in the handout provided beginning on page 3, which is the one from Parole Board Canada. 2 of our board members and the chairperson have received initial training in this model. In order to fully implement it, we need to have the ability to receive the training from the National Institute of Corrections, and we anticipate required traveling out of state. The New Hampshire Adult Parole Board is also a member of the Association of Paroling Authorities International, APAI. The chairperson and I have attended the annual training conferences provided by APAI. The information received in these conferences is invaluable. We are a very small agency and have the ability to interact with agencies both inside and outside the United States to learn the evidence-based approaches and best practices they utilize is extremely helpful. Agendas from the last 3 annual conferences are provided in the handout, and it just goes to show that the different topics that are discussed amongst all three and a half days that we're there, we have executive meetings with just chairpersons and directors. Also creating a network of communication amongst the states that we can reach out to people whenever we have an issue that we haven't encountered yet, just to see about what type of, decision makings that they've been using some of these situations. The increase in the request for out-of-state travel is for the board members, for all board members to receive the necessary training to implement the SDMF model, as well as attend the annual training conferences provided by APAI. This will ensure that the New Hampshire Adult Parole Board is utilizing an evidence-based decision-making framework to support the decisions being made, as well as being able to keep up to date with the best practices and trends throughout the nations. And towards the end of the handouts, beginning on page 22, we have put together some of our own statistics that we keep regarding parole violators intakes per year, the decrease in that. Revocation data, how many rules are violated, the average amount of rules, what types of rules are being violated over the past 2 years of revocation hearings. We are conducting our own recidivism study. Being I did come from the Department of Corrections, and I am very well learned in their offender management system, and I know a lot of the drawbacks of it, which there's a new system, version 8, coming out in the spring, which should actually alleviate most of these issues that we do have. But with this, we are tracking all the people that have been released on parole for the first time in the year 2022, the calendar year. And with this, we have come to the conclusion, as of right now, as of September 9th, 2024, is about a 39% recidivism rate, which was about 34% in the first 12 months. The final page is the parole board hearing statistics showing how many release hearings, revocation hearings, and what our approval rate is throughout the fiscal years beginning 2016 through 2024. Currently, over the past 8 or 9 months, we're at about a 75% rate. I see fiscal year 2024, we're at 72%. Early on, you will see is 75 to 77%, and that was before the audit. Once the audit happened, you're looking at 2019, 2020, 2021, the approval rate dipped due to all the changes being made. The parole board had to make in their decision-making processes, so a lot less people were being approved. Now that these changes have been made and are in process, the approval rate is climbing back up as these people are preparing to go in front of their parole hearings, as the DOC staff are preparing them and making sure they're doing everything that they know the parole board requires of them to be released. I'm happy to answer any questions.
The only thing I appreciate you and thank you for bringing us for the reinstatement of that funded position through HB2. How this will most likely work is that now that it's been brought to our attention, the incoming governor will decide to include it in her budget or not. If she does, it'll be in the operating budget, in her operating budget. It would not be an HB2 item, but it would just be placed directly into the operating budget. So that's how it would work. I don't have any other questions on that.
Can I ask about recidivism again, or are people sick of it? Your study's interesting. You have 402 people released to parole. I presume that, not knowing as much about corrections as I should, because I refused every invitation from Helen to Velcro me to somebody, which just seemed abusive. The 400 are released to parole. There's a subset that are released not to parole.
So this group of people were being released to parole for the first time from their sentence. This does not include people that were brought back on a parole revocation and then released back onto parole.
Oh,
And there are also other people that are released that complete their sentence, max their sentence out.
Do you think the recidivism numbers for those three subgroups are different?
I imagine they would be, yes, and I know the DOC has done recidivism studies over the years that include all those different subsets. And unfortunately, being the small agency it's just trying to track trying to see if our numbers do actually match with the DOC's, and just for our own, as we're looking for evidence-based practices, and all that, that we have, the numbers and what we're looking to achieve.
Do you look at the numbers and think I'm releasing too many people or too few people, or?
No, we really take each case on a case-by-case basis.
I guess that makes sense, right? Yeah. Okay.
I've looked at the numbers and the trends over the last few years. I've been in this position for about 3.5 years now. I was formerly the administrator of classifications for the DOC. So I looked at the numbers. COVID obviously had a huge hit to the amount of inmates we had, which the commissioner was speaking about, all the diversionary courts and how those were used a lot more during COVID. A lot of sentences were being suspended because they weren't bringing inmates into the prison. They lost about 500 to 600 inmates between 2019 and 2020. Those numbers have not climbed back up. There was a little bit of an increase yearly by about 15 or 20 intake wise. But those numbers have not come back up, and I don't foresee them going back to the way they were, just based off of, as she talked about, the actual success that they're having with these diversionary programs.
Do you think that I don't know what the right verb is, rescind more than average compared to other states, or are we sort of in the range?
I believe we're right around the middle. There are some states lower, some states significantly higher. I want to say between 40 and 50 is, we were in the 50% range a few years back, and it's dipped down. And I know I met with the public information officer. We talked about numbers during one of our other meetings, and their numbers were pretty similar to mine as well. So right around the 40% mark or a little less.
And it's important to understand that states differ a great deal in their sentencing structure. I mean, we have indeterminate sentences. Some just have a single sentence that they have to go away for 10 years.
Well, like if I get convicted of X, I do 3 years.
Right.
Okay.
But before that time, they could become eligible for parole. There are some states that have no programming behind the walls. I think
Seems like that's a mistake.
New Hampshire is really, when I speak to other parole chairs from other states, I'm pleasantly surprised at how well we do with programs that are offered so that people can be rehabilitated and safely put back into the community.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Administrative Services is next up.
And then what we do is track the 3 years after release. Good afternoon. Good morning. I said.
I think she just wanted my cookie recipe.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I feel like my whole staff corner is like gone, like they don't want to talk to me. I feel that's terrible. Not that terrible. I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services. With me, who are you?
Cassie Keene, I'm the Deputy Commissioner of DAS.
Unfortunately, our Assistant Commissioner could not be here today, Sherry Rockburn. I have with me, behind me, from one side to the other, I think I'm going to get this right, Maureen Ryan Hoffman is our CFO. Stacy Duffy is our Deputy CFO, and Karen Ratamaki is our Director of Plant and Property. If you ask me about deferred maintenance, I'm going to make Karen come up. So don't get too excited. I want to be briefer, and I have fewer slides than average. because I figure you're all bored by now. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what the Department of Administrative Services is, broadly speaking. And then we can ask questions about anything else. I'm going to start with the second slide because the first slide is a title page and it is boring. So the second slide, let me stick with that. How do we spend? I want to explain to you that our department is both, it's a department and it's retiree health. So think of it as two budgets. Retiree health is a benefit program, is part of the state benefits that certain retirees have health care provided for them. It is a separate thing. It's not part of an operational piece of a program. If you want me to find efficiencies, that's a separate thing entirely, almost like a separate department. Although obviously it isn't because we administer it. And as you can see from our budget, 71 million of our budget in fiscal 25, going down to 66 is retiree health. Everything else that we do actually goes from 90 down to 78, to give you a sense. Why did retiree health decline? I will tell you this, that we recently went to a Medicare Advantage program for both the prescription side and the medical side, and there are significant cost savings associated with that. And our staff in that arena, led by Joyce Pittman, the Director of Risk and Benefits, and her predecessor, who's now Deputy Commissioner, but we won't say her name, have done a real good job over the years of managing that program and doing a good thing. But everything else, you can see where everything else is. And did we hit our target? Indeed we did, because it'd be kind of weird if we didn't. Secondly, I'm going to talk to you about where we spend, and hierarchy is the wrong word for expenses, but this is by rank order of the large things. One of the reasons our budget was big in fiscal 24 is we bought a building for $21 million. We're not going to do that again this year. We bought enough buildings. So that goes from 21 million to 0. So savings right there. But you can see salaries went up, and that's largely a function of the 10% and all of that. Benefits are going up because raise your hand if you think healthcare is getting cheaper. Thankful to see no hands. Utilities are a significant expense with the number of buildings that we maintain, and I'll tell you how many that is in just a short while. We do a lot of maintenance, as you can see, a huge portion of our budget. If retiree health is half our budget, half of everything else is plant and property. That is taking care of buildings, et cetera, which is a fairly expensive proposition. DIT transfers is there, property and casualty insurance is something that we do directly, and then other operating expenses. But I'm going to move you ahead quickly to page 4, where we talk about where the general funds are by division. And we have 8 major divisions if you count the commissioner's office as one, and I do, because it includes the state budget office, for example. But you can see where the general funds portion is in a lot of these areas. The plant and property general fund expense was 26 million going down to 6, not because Karen is particularly efficient. It's saving money because we're not buying a building again. So, although to be fair, it's her decision not to buy a building, so maybe we should give her credit for that. But you can see where the rest of our expenses are, and risk and benefits is listed here, absent retiree health, because it's a small program, and a lot of this is the property side of the equation. So you can see where we are and how we're down 4%, 4.02, and then up a bit in the second year like everybody else with, that's because of salaries and benefits and the second year cost of those, which the governor graciously let us figure into the budget. Chart 5 is 9 boxes to remind you mostly of the Brady Bunch or Hollywood Squares before we talk about what's in each one of those boxes. And I'll warn you when I get to Paul Lind. So I'm going to start with the commissioner's office. What do we do in the commissioner's office? Well, as many of you know, the origins of the agency were in establishing the Office of the Comptroller in 1931. And at one point we had a division called the Division of Budget and Control. And that's to make sure the budget is controlled, that there are controls on the budget, that we track the budget, that we make sure something's going on at the budget, that we have a budget. Oddly, before that, we didn't necessarily have a budget. People would kind of spend whatever they wanted. And like 9 months in, call you guys up and say, on the legislative side, and say, hey, we ran out, can we have some more? People thought that we should have a control function. So the control function helps ensure that what we spend matches what you approve. And that if you don't approve it, you're not allowed to spend it. In fact, technically, if you spend more money than you've been approved to spend, it is the personal liability of the commissioner of that agency to make restitution to the state for the amount that was overspent. Given the size of my personal bank account, we try to make sure that doesn't happen. We have a business office. Think of it as a central finance office to manage the various things we do. The Office of Cost Containment, which people don't think about too much, but is where we collect for indigent defense, hence my question to Commissioner Hanks about collections. We have a legal office. We have a couple of people inside. Technically, within the commissioner's office, we pay for the Deferred Compensation Commission's administrator or executive director, although they are independent of the agency. And there's discussion with the governor right now about exactly how they are to be independent of the agency. And then a couple of assorted special disbursements, including the governor's transition fund, which I wish I could have been able to say when Governor-elect Ayotte were here. But there are other things. We do a property tax-like payment to Concord Fire, although it's a relatively pathetic amount, so it's not really like property taxes, but it's a small amount of money. And we pay for parking cards for downtown employees who don't have parking, because that way, as it is, if you take a job with me, it's like taking a pay cut, because suddenly you have to pay thousands of dollars a year for parking, and we don't like that. So what do? What are the major areas that the state that we run as an agency? We run there. I always say in interviews, there are 8 major divisions in administrative services that run an enormous spectrum of things. One of them I count as the State Budget Office, which is Michelle and her team, some of whom you see floating about here and there. One of them is the Division of Accounting Services. The state comptroller in some states is an elected official. Here it's a division head in our agency. Anybody who's on fiscal has seen Dana Call periodically, regularly. We produce the ACFR. We pre-audit. We pre-audit things. We do a single federal audit on all the financial documents of the state. We do lots and lots of things that people minimize as, oh, that's the accounting stuff that you do. Without the accounting stuff that you do, people go to jail and the state can't open for business. One of the other functions at sort of another end of the spectrum is public works. We build stuff. We don't build roads and bridges, that's DOT, but we build everything else. We take care of the deferred maintenance needs of the state. We happen to be building a parking garage on a site very nearby that looks like a big puddle. We're building a new YDC over in Hampstead, for example. We're doing lots and lots of, we fix roofs and we do all sorts of things like that. And that's to ensure a consistent standard across state agencies. Engineers and architects who all do a very good job and are all very smart people, as is everyone. Division of Enterprise Application Management, which used to be called FDM, we manage New Hampshire first. DOIT does most of the computer operations of the state. We manage the state's enterprise system, the piece of software that governs personnel, payroll, accounting, all sorts of functions, purchasing, all sorts of the functions of state government. It is the thing that sits on everyone's desk, or it's like the thing behind the thing that sits on everyone's desk. It's an enormously complicated process, and it is currently being upgraded dramatically in quote unquote going to the cloud. And it's the machine or the software program through which, on some basic level, we pay 13,000 people every 2 weeks. I would argue to you that there's no more important thing that Cassie and I do than pay 13,000 people every 2 weeks. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that way we live.
Yes, there we go. That way we live. That's a good point. Personnel, the state is 10 or 11,000 employees, and or 13,000 if you include part-time. And we manage the state's personnel function, including the very complicated task of negotiating contracts with 14 different employee unions. And we do some education and training, significant amount. Plant and property, and Karen's behind me here. We manage more than 4 million square feet of office space, which is a lot. We manage more than 90 buildings in the state enterprise. We occasionally buy some and sell some. We bought recently Granite Place in Hall Street. We hope to sell some in Laconia, which are, shall we say, less functional than some of the other buildings of the state. This is a significant task, and it is an area where much money shows up in the budget as a transfer and is quote unquote double counted because it shows in an agency's budget as transferring to us. and it shows up in our budget as the spend, which is a common accounting way of paying for things like that. We also do statewide energy management, which is a significant function that started, I don't know when. Representative Weiler might be able to correct me if I say I think it was in 2008, but close enough. The statewide energy management, when we started that office, let's say 2008, and pretend I'm right. It's just easier that way. Procurement and support services, a catch-all division and a catch-all agency. We do statewide purchasing. It's actually one of the oldest areas of the department, where the state created a purchasing agent in something like 1915 to do purchasing for two reasons, right? One is for competitive purchase, and two is to assure that all the citizens of New Hampshire had a shot at the state's business, which is equally important. That we don't get stuck on a guy we like and goes, oh, everybody likes Fred, everybody likes Tina, let's just keep using them. Nope, we bid things, and we do a lot. About 850 contracts, more than 500 million in annual spend. But in addition, in that particular division of the state, we manage the procurement card program, which is a credit card we use to buy things. We manage the merchant card program, which is when we take a credit card, mostly at liquor, but in a lot of places. We manage a surplus property. If people have been to White Farm and bought an old desk that was in need of rehab, that's us. Unlike the federal government, who just dumps their surplus property, we actually sell ours to make at least a little bit of money. We run a federal food surplus distribution program out of a warehouse on Store Street, which people don't always know about. The current governor actually said to me once when I was talking about this, he goes, "What? I never heard of that." And he was on the council for 6 years. And that's one of those things. Fleet management, we track cars, which has been a particular interest of people in the state since about 2010. We run the statewide mail operation out of the basement of the State House. We manage lots and lots of things there. And I'm going to talk about risk and benefits. Risk and benefits began buying insurance and paying for workers' comp, and evolved into a self-administered state-run healthcare plan, which is a big thing. $500 million per biennium, 37,000 retirees, workers, and family members. We pay for healthcare for an awful lot of people. It's actually a very good program, and it's probably one of the best parts of our state benefit package. Our salaries tend to be a little less than they might be in the private sector, and our health benefits tend to be a little bit more. And for those of us who are aging and consuming more healthcare benefits, that would be me, it's a grand and glorious thing. But it's a lot of work and a lot of people, and they do a very good job. And so the retiree health portion is more than 12,000 retired state workers and spouses. I shouldn't tell you this, but it was in the news recently, as you might remember, some couple of issues here and there with Anthem. And the way we were able to get through that was not because of an outside company, but because of a very dedicated benefits team who currently sit in a building on Pillsbury Street, doing a very good job. So we do a lot of everything. And I like to say in job interviews, it's almost like the legislature stuck everything they didn't know what else to do with in one place. And it might seem that way, but it's not. We're actually a central service agency. We don't run the state's Medicaid program. We don't regulate banks. We don't regulate insurance. We don't sell lottery tickets. We don't sell liquor, at least not legally. But none of those people can do their job if we don't do our job. We're like the pit crew. Richard Petty wins the race. Raise your hand if you've never heard of Richard Petty. Thank you. Richard Petty wins the race, but we're like the crew, and you can't win a race unless you got a good crew. And so that's who we are, and that's what we do. Because of that, in addition, the legislature, when it creates very small agencies with 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 people in them, will routinely append them to the Department of Administrative Services as quote unquote administratively attached. You'll be hearing from a whole bunch of them when I finally stop talking. And they're mostly arrayed behind me. And what that means is they're completely independent, but we help them with HR, we help them with financial operations, because you're unlikely to have a CFO if there's only 2 of you, and you're unlikely to have an HR director if there's only 3 of you. And so we do that, and it's something that we do. Why? Again, because we're a central service agency. It's a function that we provide. Why should you care about us and not just cut us as annoying overhead? Which is a comment people occasionally have. And it's because nobody really can do their job if we don't. We touch every agency every day in every way. And the processes and procedures that affect the way state government works are things that we administer, whether it's the governor and council process, whether it's going to fiscal. Every fiscal item, every G&C item passes across Michelle's desk, for example, before it gets to the legislature or the governor, depending on the body. The way we buy things, the way we pay people, the way we account for things, the way we budget for things. Every day in every way, we solve problems in every way. Over the course of time, I have a little icon here with little dinguses that summarize this for you, but one of them has 3 people on it and an arrow. And we do this and all this and more, despite losing something like 41 full-time staff between 2010 and 2017, out of a total of about 300 staff. We are a very efficient organization. We are sadly occasionally overworked, but we're happy to do it. And I have said in budget hearings in the past, I have all the smartest people in state government who work for me. And some agency got annoyed with me and wanted to play Trivial Pursuit to test that, but we didn't do that. But I do. I have very, very, very good staff. And that's why you can rely on the work that we do. With that, I'll stop talking and let you ask any and all questions, which I will attempt to answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I always enjoy your presentations and your sense of humor. But I frequently see a friend who is a retiree who always complains about this money you saved on the retiree health insurance, and Caroline, the subcontractor that does a lousy job every time I talk to him. So is there going to be any change that I can relate to him?
Yeah, do you want to?
Our retirees have already experienced change. We've been working with Caroline since January. What happened was we went out to bid and we bid our retiree health coverage in the alternative, and we got prices on doing just the medical, which we had been doing for years. And this time we also priced out the pharmacy benefit. So that contract was very advantageous to us. I think we saved $5 million-ish.
Something like that.
And we were stunned, quite frankly, because as you know, Representative Anthem has been a partner to the state of New Hampshire for 20 plus years, right? And so we were stunned when the operations of their home delivery service was quite frankly a mess, all right? And what had happened was that they had transitioned to a platform that they did not tell us they were transitioning to, and it wasn't really working the way it was intended to work. So today, it is largely working the way it is intended to work because we worked very, very hard with Anthem. I think that's one thing Charlie might have told you about our Division of Risk and Benefits, is that we work very, very diligently over the years, year in and year out, to deliver good service to our members. And so we have recently, we're working on an audit of Carillon to make sure that all the operational issues have in fact been fixed across the board systemically so that our members are guaranteed good service going forward.
Commissioner, this may be a Karen question because it's about deferred maintenance. And I've heard you mention on a couple of different occasions that your estimate for what the state has in far as deferred maintenance is roughly $1 billion. So my question is, how do we prioritize that? Is it just what roof is leaking the most, or what's your order of prioritization? And number two, how are we doing over time? It's $1 billion now, but are we gaining on it or are we falling behind? For example, if I were to ask that question 2 years ago, was it 1.2 billion, and now we've gained, or going the other way?
I'm going to let Karen talk in detail about sort of how we prioritize and what we prioritize. I want to caution, like $1 billion is a big round number, which is why I picked it. We don't have the level of precision to tell you it's $1 billion precisely, because there's no point in doing that level of analysis. If you gave me $1 billion, I could fix stuff and you would notice, but you wouldn't think I did anything that was silly. And it's sort of a big ballpark number. And I remember 6 or 7 years ago when I started at a meeting with Karen and Steve Lorenzen, and we talked about this. And he said, I don't have a good number. I have to know what the priorities are, because I know we're gonna do about 1 million of it this year, and I have to prioritize for the capital budget. But I don't need a precise number. And we are making some strides toward being precise, and I think it's getting better. But I'm curious to see if Karen, who's smarter than I am, will think it's getting better.
Thank you. I think one of the things that we have that's working against us is everything started costing more recently. And so what we thought was maybe 500 million a few years ago, and then we were infused with a lot of ARPA funds and were able to do a lot of work. That money didn't go as far as we would have expected it to a few years ago. So one of the things that I want to touch on a couple things. We asked for about $150 million in the capital budget this year. Those were the things that we thought needed to be done in the next two years. We know we're not going to get 150 million. We also put some things aside that we said these can wait because, as Charlie mentioned, what's the point of asking for more than 150 million when you know you're not going to get it? The other thing that we're in the middle of doing currently is we're conducting a facility condition assessment on the majority of our facilities, which will detail all of our infrastructure, the age of that infrastructure, the condition of that infrastructure. So that'll be a really useful tool going forward and saying these are our immediate needs. So, maybe this is the $100 million worth of stuff that we should be doing this year. Here's what 5 years looks like. Here's what 10 years looks like. So we are getting a better handle on not only the overall cost, but kind of scheduling that stuff out and prioritizing it in that way.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Advocate for Special Education is up next.
Right up there, he is doing that. We only have copies for all of you, but we do have them. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kristen Moncharmani here for the Office of the Advocate for Special Education. We are a new agency as of a year ago, and I believe we had about 5 minutes budgeted here, so it is a short presentation to try to comply with that. Just to highlight a couple of things, I think I'm going to stay focused predominantly on budget. When I took the office in July of 2023, it was with a very expansive state legislative mandate that really covered ensuring that IEP services were provided as federally and state mandated for 30,000 students with IEPs in the state of New Hampshire. We spend about $900 million on special education. For some districts, it's 25% or more of their education budget. If that wasn't enough, the statute went on to say we also were tracking metrics of all sorts of disabilities, staffing and personnel. To provide for those, we were working on legislative initiatives that we found based on our work needed to be implemented, and a whole host of other things that gets us involved across multiple agencies that really touch special education. So vocational rehab under DOE, the area agencies that work with a lot of the families that have students with special needs. And we're finding more and more that there is a cross current between DOE and DHHS in terms of how we're placing students and where responsibilities are lying. It's very unclear in a lot of situations. And so we are triaging multiple cases where, because of that lack of clarity, there's a lot of finger pointing, and we have students and families in and out of hospitals constantly
drugged, to be honest, when they shouldn't be, et cetera. So there are a whole bunch of different priorities in terms of systemic work for the agency that I detailed in just a few pretty broad priorities in here, in addition to dealing with all of the cases. Just to give you a sense, my colleague, Tim Lenahan, joined me really in late spring, May into June of 2024. And between the two of us, we've probably handled about 40 cases within a year. We do not want to be an agency that just provides information to parents. So that's one of the things that's really been debated. There are lots of groups within the state that have funds to provide information to parents of students with disabilities. All of the families that come to us have more than exhausted all of those informational-based resources and are still in situations. We've triaged predominantly cases where students are out of school, sometimes out of state, in treatment facilities. Many of them have been out of school for multiple years because they can't agree with their school districts on something that keeps the child safe and educated within the schools. So triage is a very accurate word. Many of those families, caregivers, have gone through really terrible circumstances, as I said, in and out of hospitals, et cetera. We don't want to be just triaging. There are 30,000 students with IEPs. We have worked, the state systems are really antiquated, so tracking even complaints, even indications that parents are rejecting their IEPs, which doesn't mean they don't want services for their children. It means they think the services being offered don't provide any benefit or don't provide enough benefit, or the children are in the wrong place, and that's creating constant issues. And as we said, often ends up with the child out of school, suspended constantly, et cetera. So we were not even, as a state, really looking at how many rejected IEPs there were. It turns out we think, based on work we've done to get amended SB 340 in place, it's probably at least 1,000 a year, which is a number that I thought was pretty low. We rely on DOE to track that for us, but that, we did push legislation over the year to start to get that tracking. We're saying of those, we'd like our office to be able to address about 200 a year. And again, that is a tiny fraction, 200 cases a year, providing much more than information, really trying to resolve those cases so that we don't end up with these crises situations. That's a tiny fraction of a total. But in looking at what it's taken to do 40, we have a proposed org chart, in here on the second page. And those positions, some of them are actually approved but unfunded at the moment. So that is the big difference between our prioritized needs and our efficiency budget. Again, the efficiency budget was created before the agency existed. And I think without any reference to what it was actually going to take to attempt to do our job. With that, I would just take questions.
Do you mostly meet with people, do you go to IEP meetings?
Yes, absolutely.
And is that arguably the focus of your job mostly?
So I would say we need just as much focus on the, big pieces like how Voc Rehab interacts for students aged 16 to 22, and the fact that families don't think they're getting any of those services despite lots being spent on that. So there are a lot of big policy pieces and agency pieces, but yes, when I say we've triaged kind of 40 cases, it has meant either Tim or I being there front and center in IEP meetings. It's never one, it's multiple. And then we've also assisted families in bringing multiple cases to due process. The state DOE complaint resolution mechanisms, we're seeing such a small number, 10 to 15 a year maybe out of thousands, right, who were saying we reject the IEP. Very few were getting to an actual resolution, and it's because families felt like they didn't have the resources to go through that process. I'm going to tell you, they really didn't. For us to do it effectively, and we have been effective with doing it, to get to resolutions, sometimes some of which save the state quite a bit of money because that money is being triaged elsewhere in hospital care, in long-term pieces. Hundreds of hours on cases that we actually have to get to a dispute resolution. But again, we're doing that after years of crisis.
Do you think most families are moderately unaware, or at least a lot of families, unaware of the dispute resolution process?
No, they know about it.
They just
I have a
don't
law
have
degree.
confidence in it.
I practiced litigation for 6 years before I went on to run schools. It takes me a lot of time to get through it. We're dealing sometimes with, thousands of pages of documents produced on both sides, obligations to produce, obligations to meet, all sorts of court deadlines. We just went through a hearing last week, where there was argument constantly about whether the witnesses should be thrown out, whether we'd properly complied with processes and procedures. So for parents, it is just really daunting. So they do know about it. All of the parents we work with are fully versed in the understanding piece. They've been through parent information centers. They've been through all sorts of trainings. They believe they can't do it themselves. And I can't tell you that in all cases they're wrong. It depends on how vigorously they're going to be up against attorneys on the other side.
Do you find that is your relationship with DOE adversarial or
No, actually, I think I worked hard on cultivating this. Tim has worked hard on cultivating some strong relationships with DHHS because in bringing him in, he came from a different background that had more of that DHHS component than I did. So I'm going to say no. I actually think it's collaborative. We worked really hard with them after the first special education audit came out this year that was of dispute resolution, about 100 and some pages, pretty negative towards DOE. And I said, I think some of this is fair, some of it isn't, but worked with them very collaboratively to try to do a first piece of legislation and try to start tracking precisely, where are these complaints going and what's coming to the state, what's getting resolved. Another big special education audit due out almost immediately that is not just the dispute resolution, it's the whole shebang of the $900 million spent on special ed. So we'll see what those results are. I'm sure there will be a lot to address there as well. As I said, it is impossible for us, with two of us right now, to meet what's in that state legislative creation of our office. So either we need the staffing or we need to really readdress what it is that we're expected to do.
And in the cases that you're involved in, are you mostly, it's the district on the other side?
The school district, all of whom are represented by attorneys.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to bring up the Conservation Land Stewardship Program. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Walker, Director of the Conservation Land Stewardship Program, CLS for short, and with me is Charlotte Harding, our Stewardship Specialist. The mission of CLS is to ensure the state's investments in conservation interests are looked after. We refer to the overarching function that CLS performs as stewardship and monitoring. We do this principally through regular communications with participating landowners and municipalities in conjunction with site visits. Most land conservation projects occurred during the acquisition phase of the Land Conservation Investment Program, LCIP, that ran between 1987 and 1993. The stewardship and monitoring phase was first staffed in 1994. The LCIP was considered such a successful endeavor that the more familiar LCHIP was created in 2000. Each year, CLS prepares an annual status report for the Council on Resources and Development, CORD. This document, found on the CLS website, succinctly explains the program. RSA 162C governs CORD and includes all lands protected through the LCIP. 87% of funding for CLS comes from an endowment held at Treasury and administered by CORD that was set up in 1993 to provide for the perpetual stewardship of LCIP conservation interests. The endowment also includes additional non-LCIP properties. The remaining 13% comes from a contract with New Hampshire Fish and Game. CLS does not receive general funds. The attached charts illustrate the breakdown of the categories of properties CLS works with. For fiscal year '26, there is one item that differs from all previous biennial budgets. We have the purchase of a new vehicle listed as a prioritized need in the budget as we address our transportation need as the properties we work with are spread with throughout the state. And I did want to just say we thank the Commissioner Arlinghouse and the business office and the HR office because as an administratively attached agency, we couldn't do it without them, and they're just been fabulous. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
When did you start with conservation land stewardship?
22 years, 6 months ago.
And am I right that you're retiring in a matter of weeks?
We weren't going to bring that up, but yes. But
We were going to bring it up.
I'll
I just, on behalf of the state of New Hampshire, I want to thank you for your service. It's without question true that this program would not exist without you, would not be as successful as it has been without you. And I know that everyone who deals with you knows what a great job you do and how important that is. And so thank you for your service.
Thanks. And we have some very capable hands that I've left things in. So
Very capable, very good, but without the vest.
it's a Filson.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
And up next, we have the Housing Appeals Board. Good afternoon.
My name is David Rogers. I'm the chairman of the Housing Appeals Board. With me today is Stephanie Verdile, a fellow board member. We have two other board members. We are a small agency of only 4 individuals. Edward Rogers, no relation, is a professional engineer and certified land surveyor who is on the board. And then Elizabeth Menard, who is unable to be here today, is the clerk of the Housing Appeals Board. The board was created in 2020 by legislative act, and we hold hearings on housing matters related to appeals from local planning and zoning boards of adjustment. We have concurrent jurisdiction with the Superior Court in these matters, although the Superior Court jurisdiction is somewhat broader, but we proceed in much the same way. We are administratively attached to the Department of Administrative Services. Our budget is really pretty bare bones. There's no significant deviation from prior years other than the 4% reduction that was requested, and we've accomplished that. We do have one program that is being implemented currently called Legal Files. It's a case management software package that was purchased last fiscal year and is being implemented now, and there is ongoing expense with that for administrative purposes with the vendor. That's being conducted primarily through the Department of Information Technology at this point. We have, in comparison to the court system in terms of the hearings that we conduct, our membership is made up, as I mentioned, of specialists, people who have either extensive backgrounds in land use and planning or land surveying. In the case of Ed Rogers, Stephanie is a planner and has had municipal experience in that regard. And I've been an attorney since 1988 and have had 12 years combined experience on various planning and zoning boards in different municipalities in the state. So we bring a level of expertise that may or may not be available in a court system. We also process appeals from the appeal request until the completion of the appeal in approximately 6 months. So that's far faster than getting before a judge and having a hearing and decision rendered by a Superior Court judge. So we do serve a purpose on the housing side of things. As I mentioned, our budget is essentially unchanged from prior years, with the exception of the legal files process that I mentioned. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that may be presented. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. I'd like to call the Office of the Child Advocate. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Cassandra Sanchez, Child Advocate for the state of New Hampshire.
Attorney Lissa Massio, I'm the Associate Child Advocate.
And as you may know, the Office of the Child Advocate is an independent, impartial state agency. We are mandated through RSA 21V to provide oversight over executive branch child serving agencies. We do have what is called expanded jurisdiction, which occurred in 2020, which expanded us to oversight of all child serving executive branch agencies, where initially in 2018, when we were established, the sole focus of the office was oversight over our child protection and juvenile justice agencies. We have grown as an office over time. You will see in our booklet here that we have currently 9 full-time employee positions within the office. We do have 3 vacancies at this time. 2 of those, which were just became vacant as of the end of October. So we are currently hiring for those positions. The third of that was within a reclassification process throughout the summer months and was approved at the September 25th GNC meeting. And so that was also recently posted. So although we do have 3 vacancies, we do not expect them to remain vacant very long. We are actively hiring, and we have received a number of qualified applicants for 2 of those positions, and one of the positions was just posted last week. So we do expect to be able to fill them rather quickly. And so you will see in our budget ask here that we are asking for additional positions in our prioritized needs. And that is due to the growing number of inquiries that we take in as an office. So if you look under the office overview page 3 of the slideshow here, you will see that we receive, review, and respond to so this is our last annual year. Our preliminary data shows 349 citizen complaints came within a year's time. During that time frame, we also reviewed 2,939 incident reports. And so that's inclusive of critical incidents from DCYF and restraint and seclusion reports of children. And so we continue to receive a growing number of those. Also, you'll see the last bullet point there reports to the last 3 months of caseloads that are carried within the office. Our 2 assistant child advocates carry each approximately with an average of 45 cases at any given time. Our legal aid carries an average of 20 cases at any given time, and I myself carry an average of 8 cases at any given time. I am carrying cases, and the legal aid is carrying cases due to the rising numbers and our inability to quickly close them, leading to more cases than can be managed by 2 individuals. So we are sharing that load right now, but even sharing that load is an overwhelming number for our office to try to manage with the small numbers that we have. So given that we are asking for that additional assistant child advocate position to assist with taking cases and reducing them down to a reasonable number, which would be a reasonable number, ideally should be under 20 each. Even with the additional position, we do not foresee us being able to be under 20 each. So we're really asking here for as conservative as we can to be able to make cases more manageable, ensure that we're getting to the safety needs in a timely fashion. We also have in our prioritized needs and ask for a case aid position. The case aid and the legal aid in the office, they do the review and monitoring of all of those incident reports, so that almost 3,000 incident reports that we receive, they review and read every single one of them, look for any immediate action we may need to take as an agency to ensure safety of those children, and work with the larger team to make sure we are fully assessing DCYF's response to those incidents, and that they are acting timely to ensure safety of children. Those continue to grow year to year. As you will see here under the case aid slide, there is a 17.2% increase from the last biennium when we looked at what we were taking in. So we continue to grow in incident reports every single year. Also in our prioritized needs, we have a reorganization and reclassification of positions. This is due to the growing office and the need to have a more management position in between myself and the office staff as we continue to grow. I'm currently responsible for all of the in-office HR tasks, as well as a supervisor over the case aid positions because they have a very unique role and need constant supervision on a week-to-week basis, which I cannot offer at this time. And so then to quickly wrap up, we here also made note of other line items. Our overall operating expenses have been impacted in every other line item due to this 4% decrease. In order to get to that 4% decrease, we did unfund a position in the office and still had a significant loss in operating expenses. So the charts on the next couple of pages actually show those changes compared to fiscal year 25. And if you go to the bar graph, it shows our operating expenses in fiscal year 25 are at 70,000, and in the efficiency budget for 26, we're down to 18,900. That's a 73% decrease in operating expenses. That is because we cannot control the pay and benefit expenses that we have in the office, and we cannot control our rents, leases, and payments to other state agencies. So the only aspect of our budget that is within our control is so minuscule that we would not be able to continue the functions of our office. We would run out of paper and pens at some point, as well as our ability to travel. Travel is very important for our office to be able to get to see children in person, and we would have to drastically cut our in-state and out-of-state travel. I'm open to any questions.
With the incident reports and citizen complaints, and then you mentioned that you carried an average of 45 cases each. Are those a combination of the incident reports and the citizen complaints, or what constitutes a case?
Thank you for clarifying that. No, the cases would specifically be the citizen complaints that have come in. The incident reports, we do not count those in case numbers. Those are managed separately. And as I had mentioned, everyone is viewed and looked at. But if it's considered a case, it comes in through citizen complaint. And then we find that there's justifiable reason for us to dig deeper into that.
Okay. How long does it take on average to resolve a case?
I would say in past years, we would in a couple of months be able to resolve a case. As of recently, cases, and particularly those involving DCYF, are a lot more complex. With those complexities, it requires many more meetings, and so we're carrying cases for a significantly longer period of time than we ever had before. We've had cases that have been open for more than 6 months that are not resolved, that require multiple meetings with the agency, with children, with providers. And so the workload associated with a case is a lot more cumbersome now than it ever has been before for our office.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to call now the New Hampshire State Commission on Aging. Good afternoon. Microphone, yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Skye. I'm the Executive Director for the New Hampshire State Commission on Aging. The Commission on Aging was created during the 2019 legislative session. We are administratively attached to the Department of Administrative Services. The Commission's chief charge is to advise the Governor and General Court on policy and planning related to aging. Additional staff supporting the Commission include 2 part-time employees, a project director that provides admin support and runs our Older Americans Volunteer Awards program at 20 hours a week, and a communications and community engagement director who works 16 hours per week. The Commission itself is 26 members, very committed people who include legislators, representatives from various state agencies, and governor appointees, some of whom I think are still listening today. Page 5 of the packet before you, this packet here, outlines the commission's activities. The full commission meets monthly, as does 3 commission task forces and 2 commission subcommittees. One of those subcommittees turns to weekly meetings during the legislative session. As I said, the commission's main charge is to assess existing and potential public policies' effectiveness in providing the opportunity for all of us to thrive as we age and be a part of the fabric of the communities in which we live. Over the past year, we tracked over 60 bills in the state legislature, providing testimony on over 23 bills. We also investigate current issues and respond to concerns raised by various stakeholders, including the public at large. To hear those concerns, we conduct community engagement sessions throughout the state and throughout the year. We also publish a monthly newsletter targeted to older adults in the state. It is intended to capture news you can use, sharing valuable information on programs and services and public policy. It's a volunteer editor that actually produces this excellent newsletter and a member of the commission. As we implement an annual awards program, we implement an annual awards program honoring older adult volunteers across the state that has been a tradition in the state since 1962. We publish an annual report on November 1st. A copy of the executive summary is the first 4 pages of this packet. I have a couple copies here for those of you who might be interested of the 41-page report that sets a policy agenda for the state. Let's see. So turning again to page 5 of the packet that I put before you, you can see the very last bullet talks about the fact that that the commission is overseeing 2 ARPA-funded projects this year and next. Other agencies running projects often will hire a project director to oversee a project. No additional staff were hired to oversee this work and complete this big lift. The driving reason the commission was created is in response to changing demographics. Currently, over 1/3 of the state's population is over the age of 55. The 80-plus population is currently 4.2% of our state's population. The Department of Business and Economic Affairs population projections suggest that by 2050, close to 12% of our state's population will be over the age of 80. This rise is set to have significant impact on our state and how our communities function and on our county and state budgets. So with this, I'm just going to shift to talking about what is actually in the budget. By looking at pages in your packet, your budget packet, pages 201 and 202, you can see that we're a very small agency with very basic office operations. 85% of our budget is for salary and benefits in fiscal year 26. If you turn to page 203 and view expenditures line 60 benefits, you'll see that the largest increase to our budget compared to previous years. Initially, when I took this role, I did not utilize the health benefits, and that has changed. And this really is the budget cycle to make this a permanent necessary feature of the commission. So fiscal year 25 allocated almost $2,800. Fiscal year 26 asked for $72,000. It's about a $45,000 change. So that's what the biggest thing you will see in looking at this budget. Regarding other personnel expense, fiscal year 26 efficiency budget reflects a loss of 5 hours per week of part-time assistants. This is a significant loss in a very small office. Reviewing the remaining non-personnel parts of the fiscal year 26 budget in comparison to 25, the increases, except for class 46, the consultant line, are largely the cost of keeping the lights on and not controllable. In-state and out-of-state travel, in fact, were reduced. Pages 212 and 216 display how the decreases to budget lines were made where they were possible to be made. The increase in the consultants line is to make the commission compliant with federal regulation and the ADA. Our meetings are public, and communication access is a requirement. We have members of the public who attend who are deaf and for whom ASL English interpreters are needed. Given our audience, many of whom use hearing aids, CART reporting, whereby spoken word is typed and viewed on displayed in real time on a screen, is needed as well. That's about $7,500 per year for that purpose. Fiscal year 26 and 27 budgets are not flat, but nearly so, even with required salary increases. And to achieve that, the dollars for communication access services that I just mentioned were moved into the prioritized need request for fiscal year 27. So just quickly moving to the prioritized need budget items. Top of the list is for communication access services to be in compliance with the Americans with Disability Act. That is there's a request for $2,500 in fiscal year 26 and $6,000 in fiscal year 27. Please note that there was a zero that was dropped in the budget book on pages 201, 203, and 219. It's the request is not for $600, but for $6,000 in that prioritized need. The second request is for additional staff. For the commission to have the desired impact, one full-time staff that is running essentially an agency on its own is not enough. The ratio of administrative work that I do to mission-oriented work tilts against achieving the purpose for why the commission was created. And if I'm being a little transparent, I'm actually retiring before the year is out, and in part of that is a bit of burnout from trying to start up an agency during a pandemic, and just the amount of work that's involved in the role. A policy analyst with the ability to study the state budget will make an outsized impact to the expenditure, difference in the quality and in the breadth of the work that the commission is able to address. And it would create the opportunity for the next executive director to be able to do things such as writing grant proposals to bring in additional resources to the state. Item number 3 on the prioritized need list is to maintain the current part-time employees' hours at 20 hours a week versus the reduction. Even if we're not able in this budget cycle to get an additional staff person here, maintaining current staff levels would be so helpful. And that is about $8,800 in state fiscal year 26 and about $8,900 in state fiscal year 27. Item number 4 is $1,000 per fiscal year for subscription services to support communication, engagement, and communications activities. These dollars are just a hedge against the need to hire outside for services, and which would cost more. And the final item on the prioritized needs list also is an increase in interagency transfers for Class 28 property and plant as requested by DAS. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it.
You're welcome. Congratulations on your retirement or burnout.
Retirement. It's going for a good thing.
You want to share with people what you're going to do?
Yes. So my husband for over 25 years was the life and health actuary for the Department of Insurance here in the state. And he retired a couple years ago, and he decided he was going to go on a bike trip to Southeast Asia. And I decided, a month-long one, that he couldn't do that without me. So that is what I'm leaving to do.
It's cool.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Okay, would like to call up the Personnel Appeals Board. Good afternoon. Thank you for being patient with us.
Good afternoon. If I dare use a Boston Marathon metaphor, you have turned the corner and you are on Boylston Street for the day. My name is Marilee Nyhan, and I am a member of the Personnel Appeals Board. I have with me Attorney Charles Russell, who is our acting chair of the board. New Hampshire state law provides a process for full-time classified state employees to appeal a variety of employment decisions arising out of the application of DOP administrative rules. The Personnel Appeals Board was established in 1986 as a qualified independent panel appointed by the GNC under the provisions of RSA 21I:45 to hear those appeals. The PAB receives 25 to 35 appeals annually. The work of the board includes convening in-person hearings and pre-hearing conferences with the parties, deliberating on the concluded cases and pending motions, responding to Supreme Court filings and right-to-know requests, and conducting periodic business meetings. Historically, the PAB has been a component of the Division of Personnel. Until the upcoming 26-27 budget, we have relied on the staffing and resources of DOP in order to function. The past legislative session, Senate Bill 487, which establishes the PAB as a wholly independent state agency, was passed. Thus, we are coming before you with our first budget as an independent state agency. In the interest of brevity, I am going to skip the brief section around transition activities. Just know that we are transitioning out of admin services to become our own agency and are analyzing our needs and particularly budget priorities in order to do that. Our budget request for fiscal year 2026 is $353,421. The budget request for fiscal year 2027 is $334,707. Those figures are well within the parameters that were provided to us by the governor's office. The PAB budget essentially requests routine operating expenses, including part-time staff, rental space, current expenses, IT licenses, and board expenses. For fiscal year 2026, you'll notice that our first year of the biennium is a little higher than the second year. That is because we have budgeted some one-time costs that will not need to be replicated in the second year. Those costs include simple things like computers, software systems, that sort of thing. So with that, that's a fairly simple budget compared to what you've heard already today, and I will entertain questions.
I'll just note for people that how this happened. People probably know that in the late 50s, early 60s, they created a personnel commission with an executive director who couldn't be fired and a board of directors. In 1986, after administrative services was created out of admin and control, they merged that personnel commission in, made the activities of the department, the division of personnel, and decided to take what used to be the board of the Personnel Commission and turned it into the Personnel Appeals Board, which used to hear appeals. Since 1986, it's been a little bit awkward in that the people making appeals are usually us to a board to which we're providing support, which some people would argue is legally a conflict of interest. And at some point, starting about 2 years ago, we created a process to make reality out of what's, or to put down in writing what's actually reality, which is that it's not the same thing and I'm not the boss of you. I mean, literally, for example, I can't talk to Charlie after the meeting, even though he's a friend of mine, because I have an appeal before him. And it would be awkward to do so. And so we're doing this. Their budget happens to be exactly the fiscal note of the piece of legislation that was passed, which I suspect is why James gave that to them as a target.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And with that, the hearing stands in recess until 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.